Welcome to Manhwa Peak.
Hansen unleashes the beast spirit within him and charges forward with incredible speed, to the point where the spectators think he's insane. They murmur among themselves, saying that the golden coin is trying to face someone like Mo head-on. That's practically suicide. Mo specializes in close combat. Even if Hansen wanted to die, he couldn't end it that quickly. At that moment, Mo watches him, smiling confidently while standing still, preparing his own beast spirit. He smirks and says, "You're rushing towards death at such an incredible speed. I love that." Then, he releases his beast spirit, which manifests as a massive gorilla, identical to Shin Yan's beast spirit. Meanwhile, Lin and Liu stand on the sidelines, watching in surprise. Liu questions, "The golden coin's transformation is of a sacred rank. Why doesn't Mo use the same level of beast spirit to counter him?" Lin responds, "It's not suitable for this battle. Mo is a close combat specialist, and he chose a gorilla because it lacks a human form as a sacred beast spirit. He did this to maximize his power. He had to use an alternative, a demon-ranked beast in the form of a monkey. With this setup, he's sure to win, especially since his dagger is also of sacred rank." Mo then leaps into the air, spinning before descending upon Hansen with his dagger at full force, but Hansen dodges at the last moment, evading the attack. Mo attempts another powerful strike, but Hansen avoids it again. Internally, Hansen thinks to himself, "I know you well. To me, you're just a moving puppet." He then switches tactics, wielding his sword and slashing at Mo. Mo, underestimating him, mocks, "You're using such a basic attack style." But in that instant, Hansen surprises him by using the hidden palm technique, unexpectedly switching his sword to his other hand. Mo stands in complete shock. Lin, observing the fight, is astonished and thinks to himself that what Hansen just did was almost impossible and completely unpredictable. But in the end, Hansen didn't disappoint him. The battle is decided in that moment. Hansen delivers a devastating blow to Mo's beast spirit, leaving him heavily wounded and bleeding. The spectators are left in shock, exclaiming at how quickly he defeated Mo. However, Liu remains unfazed and comments, "The legendary Steel Shield's advantage is its ability to enhance physical power." Mo collapses on the ground, barely able to move, bleeding profusely. The audience is stunned, realizing that Mo couldn't even withstand a single strike. Someone among the crowd even remarks that it feels like they're watching a movie. Hansen looks down at Mo and says, "Your internal organs are destroyed. With your current condition, you won't last more than 5 minutes. If you want to survive, go get treatment immediately." Mo, filled with rage, glares at Hansen and growls, "Just wait! I'll kill you, but not now." Then, he storms off, leaving the crowd cheering for the golden coin. The scene then shifts to Shin Xuan's office, where she sits with Manli, reviewing the reports of the battle. Shin Xuan comments that this was one of the most significant battles they've received reports about, and the video of the match has already surpassed millions of views. The fight's broadcaster even became one of the most famous reporters because of it. Next, the scene cuts to Hansen's home, where he is reviewing his own match footage, analyzing his weak points. He focuses on his footwork and thinks, "If I can make my leg movements faster, I'll be able to defeat Mo even more quickly." He then begins searching for advanced combat skills in Region S, realizing that there are many good options and finding it difficult to choose the best one. Just then, his phone rings. It's Feng. Hansen gets annoyed and says, "I wonder why he's calling. He probably wants me to be Leo's partner in the fight again." And Feng informs him that both Liu and Lin were highly impressed with his performance, so they're offering him a valuable position. Hansen responds, "I don't mind, but what's in it for me?" Feng replies, "Come and you'll find out." Hansen then heads to the sanctuary to start the job Feng offered. Upon arrival, he meets the Claw Group, whom he'll be working with. Their leader looks at him and says, "So, you're the fourth brother Feng told us about." Some of the group members, however, recognize Hansen and scoff, whispering among themselves that he's too weak and will only be a burden. Hansen is taken aback, as he realizes this group was originally affiliated with Shin Xuan and Shin Yan. He then speculates, they must have started working independently because they didn't want to share profits with them. One of the group members grabs Hansen and shouts, "Listen up! We're not here to play games this time. The hunt must be successful." The leader of the group then looks at Hansen and remarks, Brother Schwan, this guy is untrustworthy. We should just... But before he can finish, the leader interrupts. No need for that. I heard that Lin and Liu have taught him some impressive skills, so we'll give him one last chance. Turning to Hansen, the leader says, Follow us. But we can't guarantee your safety. He then adds, Once this mission is completed successfully, I'll reward you with a shape-shifting beast spirit. But keep in mind, time is our top priority. Hansen agrees and follows them to their hunting ground. As they travel, Hansen thinks to himself, This place is about 7 kilometers away from the sanctuary. I didn't expect we'd get here so quickly. He also notes that the beast he was riding moved at an incredible speed, yet it was surprisingly comfortable. Upon arrival, the group leader addresses them. This is our hunting ground from now on. Stay on high alert. They then proceed into a dark, narrow cave. At that moment, Hansen notices a bloodstain on the wall and asks, Is this the bloodstain you guys left behind from the last hunt? The person next to him replies, Yes, the armored beast we're hunting is extremely strong. It moves at incredible speed. Last time, we suffered heavy losses. The leader then tells Hansen, This creature rests by the water's edge. We will attack later, but for now, we can use our time wisely. We'll dive into the water and wait for it to drop its guard. That will be the moment to strike. Its belly is its only weak spot. We must finish the fight with a decisive blow. Hansen nods in agreement, and they move toward the beast. It is massive, covered in sharp spiked armor. The squad leader warns everyone, Stick to the plan, it's right here. Hansen observes the creature and thinks, This thing is huge. It must have immense attack power and relies heavily on its top-tier defense. He then looks at the squad leader and says, Your plan is very risky. If the lizard doesn't react as expected, I won't be lucky enough to survive. That's why I want you to give me the beast soul first. The others are annoyed. One of them snaps, You're negotiating at a time like this? Do you think this is the right moment? Another scoffs, I knew he was useless. We can't trust him. A third adds, We shouldn't give him what he wants. What if he runs away? The squad leader, however, replies, Fine. If he tries to run, I'll personally make him pay. He then hands Hansen the sacred beast soul and proceeds with the plan. We will split into 3 groups. 2 will distract the beast while Hansen and his partner stay in position and dive at the right moment. The rest of us will attack head-on. He then shouts, grabs a rock, and signals the attack. Start now! They begin throwing stones at the beast, but as expected, the stones don't even scratch its armored body. The beast lets out a powerful roar that shakes the entire area. It then curls into a ball and charges wildly, attacking them just like it did in the last encounter. Hansen's companion urges him, Quick! You have to dive now! Hansen immediately submerges himself in the water. Meanwhile, the beast is furiously attacking the fist squad, trying to kill them. They start retreating in panic, shouting, We have to get out of here fast! This place could collapse at any moment. Then they call out to Hansen, This is our chance! The bait is set, and start running away. Hansen, still underwater, thinks to himself, A lot of time has passed, and they still haven't managed to do any real damage. Now it's my turn. The beast finally enters the water. As planned, its armored back faces the cave ceiling, leaving its belly fully exposed. Hansen smirks, thinking, This is my opportunity. He draws his beast's soul-infused arrow and stabs the creature. The beast roars in pain, thrashing violently as it leaps out of the water and swings its massive tail downward, landing a devastating blow that injures Hansen. The creature then flees. The squad leader and his men chase after it. It's running away! Don't let it escape! Hansen climbs out of the water, furious about his injury. That attack wasn't worth all this trouble. The group continues their pursuit, confused. How is this thing still moving so fast despite its injury? Could it be that Hansen never actually hit it? Some of them even start doubting him, whispering, Maybe he missed after all. Hansen, still in pain but keeping up, grumbles, That's impossible. The arrow pierced its belly, and it was coated with poison. If this creature doesn't have a natural resistance to poison, it will die. There's no doubt about it. He urges them, Capture it quickly without any delay. This place is like a maze. Don't lose track of it. Just then, Hansen receives a system message. Successful hunt. You have slain the sacred armored beast and obtained its beast soul. Hansen freezes in shock. The squad leader notices and asks, "What's wrong?" Hansen replies, "The armored scaled beast is dead." At that moment, a deafening roar shakes the entire cave. The group is stunned. What was that? That was insanely loud. They sprint toward the source of the sound and are completely shocked by what they see. A colossal bird, beyond description, standing before them. It lets out another ear-splitting cry. The squad leader yells, "Scatter and run!" Everyone starts running, except Hansen. He remains motionless, staring at the beast as it spreads its massive wings and charges toward him. Hansen, unfazed, watches the approaching monster and thinks, "This enormous bird, it's a holy blood beast. This must be its territory. No one is getting out of here alive." He then pulls out his bow, glares at the beast and yells, "You idiot! Look at me!" before firing an arrow at it. The bird narrowly dodges, creating an opening for Hansen to escape. He sprints at full speed, with the monstrous bird right on his heels. The others watch in disbelief. That lunatic just lured the giant bird away. Is he not afraid of death? The squad leader, however, smirks and says, "Even if he's willing to die, he's got guts. Either way, I owe him for what he just did. I'll admit it. He's no longer a nobody." At that moment, Hansen had led the monster away and started summoning his shield. Once he made sure no one was watching, he said, "Even though this damn bird is in a frenzy right now, I won't let it eat me." Then, he unleashed his beast soul. Looking around, he spotted a river in front of him and felt relieved. With this river here, the bird won't be able to dive. Hansen immediately dove into the water. However, as soon as he submerged, the monster managed to strike him. One of its claws slashed at him, injuring Hansen. Filled with rage, Hansen thought, "Even though I dived into the river, this damn bird still hit me. Its claws are incredibly long. They can even damage my armored scales. If I didn't have this shield, I'd be dead by now. My back must be seriously injured." At that moment, he summoned the black mutant beast soul, the one that allowed him to move effortlessly in water. "I never expected this to happen," he thought. "In this situation, my only option is to use this beast soul. My life is in the hands of this monster now." The scene then shifted to Leo and Lin's residence. Leo was holding a book and laughing uncontrollably. Lin looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What's so funny? You look like a lunatic right now." Leo replied, "I'm reading something really important. I have to show you. This is making me really happy." Lin asked, "What are you reading?" "Something that will help you with the golden coin in the King's Battle." Leo responded, "The King's Battle is based on a point system. I'm not entirely sure how many points he earns, but this year's book will definitely have a new page about it, thanks to the achievements he's made." The scene then switched back to Hansen, who was being woken up by a girl trying to revive him. "Can you hear me?" she asked. Hansen was shocked by what he saw, but when he fully regained consciousness, the girl looked relieved and said, "You finally woke up. My medicinal herbs were able to save you and worked really well." We then learned that the girl's name was Lily. Hansen asked her, "Where are we now?" A guy named Sho answered, "This forest is outside the Sanctuary of Glory. We saw you collapse near the river, so we saved you." Sho then led them away from the area, explaining, "We still have about 7 or 8 kilometers to reach the Sanctuary of Glory." He then added, "Because of your treatment and the expenses we spent on you, you owe us about $1,000. Hansen smiled and said, "I'm really grateful that you saved me, but I don't have any money right now." Sho responded, "Then just transfer the money after you return to the sanctuary." Lily looked at Sho disapprovingly and said, "Sho, you shouldn't be like this. We need to treat people with more kindness." Sho replied, "We came here to hunt, and we've only managed to catch one primitive beast since yesterday. Our strength is growing too slowly. If there's a way to make money, we shouldn't waste it." Hansen observed them and thought to himself, "These people are dressed like ordinary folks, yet they're trying to earn genes. They're not kids from a big family. I'm really lucky to have met them." Suddenly, Lily noticed something strange ahead and pointed for the others to look quickly. they saw a group of poisonous monkeys. Sho stared at them and said, "There's a big one among them, a venomous type. We need to run. Their claws are poisonous and huge, and there are too many of them." Sho quickly grabbed Lily and ran, both of them terrified. But Hansen remained still, watching. Sho shouted, "What are you doing?" To his shock, Hansen summoned his beast soul arrow. "My beast soul can pierce through this monster," then fired the arrow. Lily and Sho were stunned to see that Hansen's arrow was a mutant beast soul arrow. Hansen then pulled another arrow and prepared to shoot. The large monkey stood before him, ready to attack. Sho shouted, "Its skin is too tough. Don't try to be a hero." Hansen smirked and said, "Don't worry. One arrow is enough." As he released the shot, the arrow pierced the monster's head, and it collapsed, drenched in blood. Hansen felt satisfied with his achievement, while Sho and Lily were left in shock. "You're incredibly strong," they exclaimed. "Who are you?" Lily smiled and thanked him, saying, "You're so kind. You saved us from a huge danger." The scene then transitioned to the Sanctuary of Glory, where Hansen arrived alongside Sho and Lily. "This is my first time in the Sanctuary of Glory," Hansen remarked. "This place is so full of life." But deep inside, he thought, "Speaking of which, Lin and Leo should be here too." Sho looked at Hansen and said, "Hansen, you don't have to pay us anymore. We're even. You saved us, and we saved you." Hansen replied, "And now you also have the black mutant monkey. Your base genes should increase significantly after consuming it." Lily was overjoyed and thanked Hansen again, but Sho seemed irritated. Sho glared at him and declared, "In the future, I will be stronger than you." Then, he pointed to a teleportation station and explained, "This is the spatial transport hub. From here, you can return to the Steel Shield Sanctuary. But be careful, entry and exit are restricted. You can leave now, but you'll need to return here next time." Hansen was shocked. "Are you saying that if I go back to the Steel Shield Sanctuary, I'll always have to return through the Sanctuary of Glory?" Sho confirmed, "That's right." Hansen thought to himself, "Even if I don't participate, as long as I stay in the top 10, I'll still have a chance to obtain a random beast soul." He tells them, "I'll be leaving now. Thank you very much," and then walks away, while they express their gratitude. The scene then shifts to the battle arena, where Lin steps in, preparing for his match. At that moment, people in the crowd start murmuring, saying they've heard that the golden coin hasn't shown up today. Someone speculates, "He must be scared of facing such a strong opponent. He must be terrified." Lin steps forward, and reporters rush to question him. "Do you think the golden coin didn't come to the battle because he's afraid?" Lin confidently replies, "Just as I fear no opponent, I am sure he is the same as me." Another person asks, "If a battle were to take place between you and the golden coin, who do you think would win?" Leo responds, "We must fight to know the answer to that question." At this moment, it's revealed that both he and the golden coin have reached a very high rank. Leo smiles confidently and says, "The golden coin is strong. I don't care why he hasn't shown up yet. Right now, I'm just even more excited to fight you." The scene then transitions to Roka City, specifically to the communication station, where Hansen is on a call. Hansen is speaking with Feng, saying, "You're really lucky that the giant white bird didn't eat you. Tell Brother Xuan that I will return the beast soul I took from him." Feng replies, "You don't have to do that. Even though the giant white bird devoured most of the armored beast, Brother Xuan and the others managed to take what was left. His genes have already reached the maximum level, and he's preparing to enter the second sanctuary. Also, I wanted to thank you for what you did." Hansen responds, "What I did wasn't anything special. But honestly, if I had a sacred-blooded beast spirit bow and arrow, I could have definitely killed that bird." Feng laughs and says, "Well, lucky for you, Brother Xuan had such a bow, but he no longer needs it, so he gave it to someone else." Hansen grins and asks, "Well, does he want to sell it?" Feng then shifts the topic and asks Hansen, "I've helped you twice now. Be honest with me. Did you obtain the Armored Scales beast soul?" Hansen replies, "Yes, I did." Feng gets excited and says, "That's amazing. He only needs that beast soul now. Keep it with you for the time being, and I'll tell you exactly what to do when I finalize the arrangements." Hansen responds, "All right, I'll wait for your update." But don't sell me out for money because of what I did. At that moment, Hansen notices someone behind him. It's Shin Xuan. He immediately gets frustrated and thinks to himself, why did she have to show up now? My luck is terrible. Shin Xuan grabs him angrily and demands, where have you been all these days? The entrance exam for the Black Falcon Academy starts in 3 days. Hansen smirks indifferently, but Shin Xuan continues, I contacted the academy. Take this travel ticket and board the military spaceship to the Black Falcon Academy. She then grips him tightly and warns, if you try to run away like the golden coin, you'll see what I'll do to you. Hansen smirks again, realizing why she's so upset, and mutters to himself, who would have thought that fate would bring me back to the sanctuary of glory again? The scene shifts to Hansen's home, where he's sitting with his mother and sister, discussing his departure. His mother asks, so, this is your decision? He responds, yes. The station officer, Shin Xuan, appreciates my abilities and recommended that I attend the Black Falcon Military Academy. This is an opportunity I can't ignore. His sister looks sad and asks, are you going to leave for a long time? Won't you come back? Hansen replies, the military academy is very strict. Once I enroll, I won't be able to return except during vacations. You need to focus on your studies and make sure your grades don't drop. His mother, though sad, supports his decision and says, you're in charge of your own future now, and I respect your choice. But I want you to put in your best effort during training. Hansen smiles reassuringly and says, don't worry, I won't let you down. The scene then shifts again to Roka City's starport. Hansen has passed the verification test, and he is welcomed aboard the starship. As he steps in, he thinks to himself, this is the first time in my life that I've boarded a military spaceship. It's truly amazing, just as I expected. He looks out and adds, the stars and galaxies, these are the ultimate destinations for ambitious men. Inside the spaceship, Hansen is seated next to a young woman. He chuckles and says, this is a great seat, right next to the window. Then he notices something about her and thinks to himself, the uniform she's wearing closely resembles the one from the Black Falcon Academy. She also seems to be playing the latest version of hand speed, and the other hand looks like it's controlled by another player. I've played the single-player version before, but I've never tried the player versus player mode. The girl cheers in excitement, saying, I won! That's my 10th consecutive victory. These opponents are way too weak. She then notices Hansen staring at her and immediately gets annoyed. She glares at him and snaps, it's not polite to stare at people like that. Hansen smiles apologetically and says, sorry about that. I was just watching you play. I didn't even realize how long I was looking. It's just that this game is very popular, and you seem to be really good at it. The girl, still irritated, thinks to herself, he was clearly staring at me but used the game as an excuse. I know this type of annoying guy. Hansen continues the conversation and asks, I assume you're a student at Black Falcon Military Academy. I'm heading there for the entrance test. I didn't expect to meet a fellow trainee on the spaceship. She is very surprised and says, we're classmates? He replies, if I pass the test, we will be classmates. I already know the subjects of the entrance exam and the physical fitness tests. It won't be as hard as you think. She looks at him angrily and says, you're just a future student, yet you seem so confident. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Hansen is surprised by her reaction and wonders, why do I feel like she's so angry? Then, the girl takes out her phone and tells him, if you can beat me in the speed hand game, I will be your friend. He responds, are you serious? You'll be my friend if I win? She replies confidently, of course. I always keep my promises. At this point, we learn that the girl's name is Gigi. Hansen tells her that he is used to playing the solo mode and has never played the battle mode before. She tells him that he can sit next to her for training for 5 rounds before they start. She also mentions that very few people in Black Falcon Academy play this game. Then she adds, even with firearms and armored robots, you might be able to master them after 3 attempts. But I'll give you 5 tries instead of 3. Hansen thinks to himself, she has such a strong competitive spirit. It really seems like she wants to teach me a lesson. But what did I even do to offend her? This is getting interesting. Then he responds, there's no need for training before the match. I already understand how to play. As a future member of Black Falcon, I can't get used to special treatment. Let me just familiarize myself with the game interface. Give me 1 minute, no more. Gigi is surprised and asks, "Are you sure? But don't complain later if I completely crush you." He replies, "This game is all about reaction speed. Nothing else really matters. Let's register and start." Then he registers his account under the name Friends. Gigi gets mad and says, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" He responds, "No, didn't you say we would be friends?" She glares at him and says, "You're way too confident. Are you sure you can defeat me? The president of the Black Falcon Speed Hand Club added me as a friend. We will use my device to open the battle room, and just so you know, this will be tough." Then she thinks to herself, "Just wait. I'm going to humiliate him so badly." Hansen, on the other hand, is excited to play a player versus player match since he has always played alone. The match begins, and both of them try to score points. Hansen starts first and wins the first point. Then, he quickly takes 3 more points. Gigi is shocked and exclaims, "How?" She manages to score 2 points and reassures herself, "That must have been a fluke, those points were just close to his hand." But then Hansen scores another 4 points. Gigi is stunned. Impossible! How can this even happen? She notices 4 light points ahead and sees a chance, but before she can react, Hansen takes all 4 points, and then 3 more that were right in front of her. She says, "Why did he take my points? Especially since the 3 points aren't even close to his hand." She then looks at him and says, "Are you trying to provoke me right now?" Hansen then takes 6 more points and tells her, "You need to focus." Gigi thinks to herself, "Even among the elite players of the Black Falcon Speed Hand Club, only a handful can steal my points. This is tough." Hansen continues, taking both his points and hers. Gigi gets furious. "He's too fast. I didn't even have time to react." Then, the final score appears. Hansen, 100 points. Gigi, 0 points. Hansen looks at her with a challenging gaze and asks, "Are you done?" It looks like the first to 100 points wins. By the way, this version is simpler than the solo version. Gigi is absolutely furious. "You shameless bastard." Hansen is confused. "What? What did I do?" She snaps. "Did you just cheat?" "You had to be cheating. Be honest. This score is ridiculous. It's like you committed a massacre. This has never happened to me before. Tell me the truth." Hansen replies, "Of course I didn't cheat. I didn't even lie to you. I've never played this mode before. The only thing I have is divine genes." Gigi challenges him. "If you want to prove your innocence, you have to use the Black Falcon's professional equipment for a proper rematch." Hansen shrugs. "I have no problem with that. After I officially enroll in the academy, I'll go with you to whatever place you want, anytime." Gigi storms off angrily. "Fine. Pass your entrance exam first, then we'll talk. Black Falcon doesn't accept cheaters." Hansen thinks to himself, "Women are so confusing. Their reactions make no sense. This game is giving me a headache. I'll have to be careful when playing with her in the future." The scene shifts to Black Falcon Military Academy, where a huge crowd is gathered for the entrance exam. Hansen notices the large number of applicants. When his turn comes, he enters the examiner's room, where the chief examiner, Si-To, is waiting. Si-To looks at him and asks, "Are you the one that Station Chief Shin Xuan told me about?" Hansen responds, "Yes, my name is Hansen." Si-To nods and says, "Since Shin Xuan recommended you, we won't take too long with your written test. It's just a formality, and you can skip it. However, as a distinguished applicant with outstanding marksmanship skills, you must first pass the shooting test." Hansen confidently replies, "I'm ready to take the test anytime." Hansen heads to the shooting range thinking, "It's great that they prioritize marksmanship skills. But this military academy is really strict, and the atmosphere is making me nervous." Finally, he arrives at the shooting test area and says to himself, "Now it's my turn." He steps into the designated shooting position and realizes that he is in a 3D shooting range. He is amazed by the setup and picks up the bow, realizing that he has never used a mechanical bow and arrow before. What he was doing was truly exciting. The test began, and he smiled, realizing that the target could move in all directions. He then decided to test the effect of the superparticle acceleration training. After the test ended, he walked out feeling deeply relieved. He recalled that Chief Sito had told him he had 3 months before the academy started. Now, I have plenty of time, he thought. I guess there's no problem if I return to the sanctuary. Just then, 2 girls ran past him, playfully chasing each other. Hansen, like an excited fool, was thrilled by the idea that his communal life would be different from his usual solitary existence. The scene then shifted to Sito, who was looking at Hansen's test results in astonishment. "This result is incredible," he muttered. The next scene moved to the transport station, where Xin Xuan was speaking with Manli. "It's amazing how proud Sito is of Hansen," she said. "Sending him there was the best decision I made." Manli responded, "From now on, I'll start processing a military family certificate for his family, so we can ensure their protection." Xin Xuan nodded. "Good. The faster, the better." Manli then asked, "So, is he now qualified to join the team?" Xin Xuan replied, "When the time comes, I'll assign him a special mission." A few days later, the scene moved to the outskirts of the Sanctuary of Glory, where Hansen was unleashing his power. It became evident that his strength had reached an astonishing level. He thought to himself, "I've completed the registration procedures, and I now have a decent understanding of the current state of the Sanctuary of Glory. It's time to return to the Sanctuary of the Steel Shield. The fastest way back is through the Dark Swamp. I know that place well now." Hansen then summoned his beast spirit and said, "With the mutant beast spirit that Brother Xuan gifted me, I can get there at top speed." A few days later, in the Sanctuary of the Steel Shield, Hansen was at home, sleeping. Suddenly he was startled awake by a loud, persistent knocking. "What's that annoying noise?" he groaned. The knocking continued, growing even louder. Could this be an earthquake? He thought, rushing to the door. But when he opened it, he was utterly shocked. Standing before him was the beast he had once kept in a cage, but it had transformed into a sacred blood beast boar, looking terrifyingly powerful. "My beast has evolved into a sacred creature?" Hansen was stunned. He recalled that after returning from the Sanctuary of Glory, he had traveled non-stop for over 10 days without rest. Exhausted, he had gone straight to bed upon arriving home. "Luckily, this thing didn't break out of its cage while I was asleep, or I'd be dead by now." Feeling his hunger gnawing at him, he said, "I need to make up for this with a grand meal when I get back." Then he summoned an arrow infused with his beast spirit, piercing the creature. A notification appeared before him. Successful hunt. However, he had not obtained the beast spirit. Hansen began cooking the beast's meat, consuming it to absorb its genetic energy. Sitting back, he realized he could barely move. In just half a year, his sacred gene had reached 34 points, nearly a third of its full potential. After eating the mutated black-tailed venomous ape, my mutated genes reached 52 points. At this rate, I'll become even stronger without anyone realizing it. I'll shock everyone with my power. But what kind of creature should I get next? If I'm lucky enough to create another sacred blood beast, I might obtain a sacred beast spirit as well. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Oh, I haven't claimed my reward from the king's battle yet." The scene shifted to the Star Arena of Martial Arts, where Hansen stood hidden, observing the area from a distance. "They've closed the place after the king's battle," he noted. "It's midnight now. I doubt anyone will come." "I almost forgot about my reward," he thought. "Even though I ranked low, I can still claim a sacred beast spirit." Approaching the gemstone embedded in the arena, he placed his hand on it. "Once I claim my reward, I won't be able to enter the king's battle for now, but I also can't wait until the next battle." A system notification appeared. "You have obtained a random sacred blood beast spirit." "What will I get?" he wondered. "Will it be a weapon or a mount? I can't wait to find out." A brilliant light emerged as the beast spirit materialized before him. Astonished, Hansen saw that it was a fairy queen beast spirit. A beast spirit in a humanoid form? He was stunned. Suddenly, the beast spirit merged with his body. Another system notification appeared. "You have acquired the Sacred Blood Fairy Empress Beast Spirit." Hansen let out a scream as power surged through him. The beast spirit fully integrated with his being, causing his entire appearance to transform. His combat suit evolved into a stronger, more advanced form. Overwhelmed with joy, Hansen exclaimed, "After merging with the Fairy Empress Beast Spirit, I can feel my physical strength improving drastically. There's also an incredible sense of synchronization. Though it may not have the defensive power of the Black Beetle armor or the Blood Reaper, let's see what it can do." He let out a powerful roar. His vision sharpened dramatically. "My eyes. I can now see every detail with extreme precision. Even fast-moving creatures appear slowed down." So this is the power of genetic enhancement, he realized. But why don't I have any magic wings, he wondered. Oh well, I shouldn't be greedy. This is already incredible. The best part? He smirked. I can use the Fairy Empress Beast Spirit's abilities without revealing my identity. As long as I stay hidden, no one will ever discover that I am the golden coin. Then, the scene shifts to room 304, where 3 people are sitting and talking. It seemed like they were challenging each other when suddenly, Hansen opens the door and says, "Sorry, I'm a new student, and I'll be staying here with you. This will be my dorm from today." But the 3 of them glare at him with anger, their expressions so strange that Hansen is taken aback. He asks, "What's wrong with you guys?" One of them pulls him inside and says, "You're finally here. You're really late. Now come on." Then he shuts the door, and loud noises erupt from inside. It seems like they're fighting. However, soon, a small star-shaped object appears on the table. "Is this what you were all so angry about?" "Just this thing," another person responds angrily. "It's extremely important. We need to choose the leader of our place, the one who will represent us." We then learn that this person's name is Kong. He continues, "The seniors have more experience. That's why I know you'll agree that I'm the best choice to manage this place." Another person in the group, named Lo, who seems intelligent yet arrogant, says, "People with high intelligence are the most qualified to lead. My IQ test result was 167. The third member, Chang, turns to Hansen and asks, "What do you think, newcomer? How about we decide the leader through a show of strength?" Hansen smiles nervously and replies, "Sure, you guys can make that decision yourselves. I honestly don't care." Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that this is why people inside this place resent each other. It's becoming tiresome. Then, Chong picks up the star-shaped object and says, "So, what about this? We're all from the archery division. How about we determine our leader through an archery contest? We'll each shoot 100 arrows, and whoever hits the most targets will earn the leadership badge." The others exchange looks and agree, saying they have no issue with this. Hansen nods and says, "That seems like a fair method. I agree." Chang then declares, "All right, let's head to the training grounds and compete for the position of leader." He begins to walk out, but Kong, clearly the least intelligent and most hot-headed among them, snaps, "Why are you going out first? You're making it seem like we're beneath you." Lo interrupts and tells Kong, "Forget about it. He's just arrogant." Hansen, feeling uneasy, thinks to himself, "I have a feeling that staying with these guys won't be peaceful at all." The scene shifts to an outdoor training field, where they begin their archery contest. By the end of the match, Kong is left in tears, sobbing, "Why? Why did I get the worst ranking among us?" Chang responds, "You just need more time to improve. Keep working hard and spend more time training." It turns out that Chang secured first place, meaning he is now the leader. Meanwhile, Lo looks extremely disappointed, saying, "I should have performed better and taken second place. Am I not strong enough? Or do I just lack precision?" Hansen, who placed third, had intentionally avoided winning to escape the headache of leadership. He simply says, "It's not a big deal. In the end, it was just a game." Kong then grabs Hansen by the shoulders and says, "You're our brother now. If you ever have any trouble in the future, just tell me, and I'll protect you." Hansen smiles and replies, "All right." As they leave the training grounds, Hansen glances at Chong and thinks to himself, his archery skills are way above the other two. He seems arrogant and ambitious. Let's see how he handles the burdens of leadership. Just then, Chang looks over at a different area and asks, "What are those people doing over there?" He sees a long line of students waiting to register for the Speed Hand Game Club. Hansen stares at a poster and says in surprise, "I feel like I've seen the girl on that banner before." Kong grins and says, "It's great that the Speed Hand Game Club is recruiting new members. And look, they've got posters of Gigi up." Hansen recognizes the name and recalls, "Now that I think about it, that girl was with me before. It looks like she's really famous at the academy." Kong is shocked. "Wait, you know her?" Hansen shrugs. "Not really. I don't know much about her." Kong, acting foolish, exclaims, "Gigi, the president of the Speed Hand Game Club, is not only beautiful, but also incredibly skilled. She has an unmatched combination of wisdom and charm." Lo looks at him and scoffs, "Wipe your drool. Gigi would never even glance at someone like you. Instead of dreaming, why don't you just focus on archery?" Kong, feeling hurt, snaps back, "Stop saying things like that. You're wounding my feelings." Then, he suddenly announces, "Let's join the Speed Hand Game Club. I want to defeat Gigi and become the new club president." Lo glances at Kong and thinks to himself, "That was definitely your plan from the start. You're destined to remain a lonely loser forever." However, before they can proceed, Chang suddenly grabs both of them by their collars and pulls them back. "We're not making a scene here. You seriously want to stand in this line until tomorrow? Besides, we're from the archery division. Why would we even join a games club?" Hansen watches them and thinks, "Gigi seems to be really famous around here. I need to keep the fact that I defeated her a secret, for now at least." Days pass, and the students are attending a lecture. Hansen is completely focused, recording the entire lesson. He notes, "Even though we learned this information in school before, I need to take advantage of this opportunity and fill any gaps in my knowledge." Later, he heads to a shooting range for training and thinks to himself, "Black Falcon Military Academy is really impressive. Its strength is on another level." After finishing archery training, Hansen goes to observe the operation of automated robots. When it's his turn, he enters the control room to train on them. He feels incredibly excited and says he can't believe he's actually touching these robots. Then he reassures himself that he isn't dreaming and wonders if he'll ever be able to pilot them in space one day. He eagerly looks forward to that moment. At the end of the day, everyone returns to their rooms. While everyone around Hansen is asleep, he stays awake studying. He reflects on how intense this week's lessons were and fears that he might struggle to keep up. He also worries about the workload piling up next week. If he doesn't complete his tasks now, he'll definitely fall behind. Suddenly, his phone rings. Hansen looks at it and is surprised to see multiple missed calls from Feng. At this point, the scene shifts to the forest, at the Steel Shield Sanctuary. Hansen meets a member of the Iron Fist team, who tells him that Feng had been trying to reach him. "What happened to you? Do you still want the Spirit Beast bow?" Hansen apologizes, explaining that he had been busy with the academy and didn't have time to follow up on it. The team member replies, "Yeah, I heard about that. You got accepted into Black Falcon Military Academy. Looks like you have a bright future ahead." Then, the Spirit Beast appears from his hand as he says, "Last time, when you saved me, you were really generous. The devil-horned serpent bow should belong to you. You'll be a marksman in the future." Hansen responds, "And I brought you the armored beast shield you wanted. I hope you can make good use of it." They exchange their items and part ways. Hansen thinks to himself, "With the sacred blood spirit beast bow, I've taken another step towards becoming stronger." When he returns to his room and reaches for the door handle, he suddenly stops, confused by the voices coming from inside. He hears one person shouting, "Do you think you're so strong? You even hired an expert to help you get revenge." Another voice retorts, "So what? You can hire one too, idiot." Hansen is taken aback when he hears a girl's voice inside. As he enters the room, he finds Kong playing Speed Hand and shouting at someone in the game, "How dare you act so arrogant? People like you make me hate playing." Hansen asks, "Why are you so mad?" Kong replies, "Do you know how to play one-on-one? Help me teach this guy a lesson he'll never forget." Hansen hesitates. "Speed Hand? I'm just an average player." Meanwhile, the people in the game continue taunting Kong. Hansen glares at them and says, "It's just a game. Why are you all so rude?" One of them replies, "Oh, so now you're trying to lecture us? Just join the game and I'll teach you a lesson." Kong grins. "Add me as a friend and I'll invite you to the match." My username is The Giant. Hansen smirks. That name suits you perfectly. As Kong helps him set up an account, he suddenly notices Hansen's username and bursts out laughing. Wait, you named yourself My Love is Gigi? Man, you just embarrassed yourself so badly. If people from school see this, you're doomed. Hansen shrugs. Are we playing or not? I only have 30 minutes before I need to go for my evaluation. The opponent sneers. Fine, but don't expect mercy. I'll make an example out of you. His teammate adds, yeah, I'll make sure the whole school knows you're just a weak little frog. Hansen, however, starts the match with full focus. Within moments, he scores 3 points in rapid succession. Kong watches in shock. What? What kind of speed is that? I can't even see it properly. Hansen keeps going. 4 points, 5, then 6. The opponents panic. This is impossible. I haven't even scored once. His teammate yells at him. Try harder. You're too slow, you idiot. You can't even hit 1 point. They start shouting at each other, unable to score against Hansen. The scene shifts to the military academy, where a crowd is buzzing about a recent event. A student stands in the middle and announces, Did you hear what happened? Long got completely humiliated by a beginner. But this beginner was insanely strong in speed hand. He used a weird name. My love is Gigi. Do any of you know who he is? Another student speculates. No clue, but maybe he's actually an expert using a fake name. The first student continues. I heard that Long got help from Liu. Even then, that beginner defeated them with a score of 100 to 80. He stopped them right at 80, no more, no less. That's crazy. Someone else gasps. That's impossible. Those two are my idols. Even they lost. They're ranked 11th and 17th in the Speedhand Masters tournament. I don't understand how this happened. The scene shifts outside the academy, where a girl named Lily is calling out to Gigi. Gigi was surprised and asked, Why are you running so fast? Lily replied, Tell me the truth. Who is this boyfriend of yours? Gigi frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Lily insisted. You really don't know? The whole school website is buzzing about this. See for yourself. She showed Gigi her phone, displaying the username Hansen was using. Gigi got annoyed and snapped. I have no idea what this stupidity is. I don't even know who he is. Lily smirked. Don't act innocent. He managed to defeat both Leo and Long. He must be really strong. But Gigi handed back the phone and said, Don't waste my time with this nonsense. I already told you, I don't like anyone. The scene then shifted to Hansen and his friends in their room. Chang looked at him with a grin. I never expected you to be a hidden expert. This whole thing has caused an uproar at school. You owe us a meal. Hansen waved him off. Don't exaggerate. I'm just an average player. Long scoffed. If Hansen hadn't stopped me from talking about this, I would have posted it on the school's website. It would have caused a huge stir. Another friend added, Hansen is smart. He's staying under the radar to avoid unnecessary trouble. At that moment, they walked past Gigi, who was fuming. She muttered to herself, If I find this guy, I'm going to teach him a serious lesson. The scene then shifted to the space transport station in Roca City. Hansen stood in front of Shin Xuan, who handed him his first mission. This is your first assignment with the team. You need to do it well. I've already helped you apply for leave. Hansen raised an eyebrow. Station chief, don't worry. What exactly does this team do? What's my role? She smirked. You'll be working as a babysitter. Hansen was stunned. A babysitter? I'm a grown man. She clarified. Your job is to protect a small group of children with special talents, like Yuan and Cheng, whom you've already met. If you keep them safe, you'll receive a rare reward. An S-Class exchange card. Hansen looked uninterested. Sounds interesting, I guess. Where's the mission located? She replied. The Devil's Desert. Hansen's eyes widened. Are you serious? You're sending kids there? I'm not even sure we can bring them back alive. Shin Xuan gave him a stern look. If you fail this mission, you won't just lose the S-Class exchange card. You might get kicked off the team, and I'll be punished too. The scene then shifted to the Devil's Desert. Hansen was with the young girl he was assigned to protect. She looked up at him and asked, Senor Hansen, what's your specialty? I mean, Station Chief Xin Xuan chose you specifically to protect me. You must be really strong, right? Hansen replied. I specialize in archery. Just call me Hansen. At that moment, Hansen noticed that he wasn't alone. The rich boy and the cunning man were also with him. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Xin Xuan to send them along. But whatever. There are a lot of monsters here. I just hope nothing unexpected happens. If anything goes wrong, I won't get my S-Class exchange card or my transforming weapons. These two won't be able to keep up with me much longer. But if I'm protecting this girl, she must be from a powerful family, or the daughter of someone important in the country. The difference between an ordinary citizen like me and someone with high status is that if I want to become important, I have to risk my life. That's the only way to obtain high-level genes. No matter what happens, one day, I will make my mother and sister important people. Just then, the cunning man pointed ahead. Look, a mutated creature. It's a one-horned magic fox. We're really lucky. The girl suddenly drew 2 daggers and declared, I want to complete this mission myself. Please don't interfere, she charged at the fox. Hansen immediately gave instructions. We'll split into teams and provide support. Ming threw her daggers at the fox, but it reacted quickly, dodging them. However, her daggers boomeranged back to her hands. Suddenly, a massive polar bear spirit beast emerged from within her. She commanded it. Chase the fox. Don't let it escape. Everyone was stunned. She has a holy bloodline spirit beast? Ming sprinted after the fox. Hansen shouted, Summon your beasts! Don't let her get out of sight! They chased after her, yelling, Don't go after the fox alone! But Ming laughed. The fox is small. It can't escape me. She then turned to the fox. Just surrender already. But the fox suddenly became furious. And then, a massive horde of primal foxes appeared behind it. Ming's eyes widened. Did the mutated fox lead me here on purpose? Is this a trap? The number of foxes was overwhelming. She quickly ordered her spirit beast to run, but the foxes were incredibly fast. They lunged at the polar bear spirit beast, biting into it. The beast roared in pain as more foxes swarmed them, closing in on Ming. Just as they were about to attack her, arrows rained from the sky, striking down the foxes. It was Hansen, he shouted. Kill the foxes! I'll get you out of there! Ming was in awe of his precision. The rich boy yelled, You made us worry so much! We almost died because of you! Hurry up and get back here! Ming quickly urged her spirit beast. Hold on! We're almost there! She then turned to Hansen and apologized. I shouldn't have chased it on my own. Hansen responded, This isn't the time to talk. Just run. At that moment, a strange sound echoes behind them. The ground begins to crack beneath their feet, revealing a massive worm with razor-sharp teeth. Hansen is shocked and exclaims, That's a rock sand worm. This is going to cause us serious trouble. The worm starts chasing them, and they panic, desperately trying to escape. As Hansen runs, he wonders, How can a worm this big move so fast? He explains, This type of worm thrives in terrains like this, similar to how whales navigate the ocean. But the worst part, if my guess is right, these creatures live in groups. Ming is terrified, but they keep running until a sudden explosion shatters the ground ahead of them. The rich boy screams, They really do live in groups. First a den of foxes, and now a nest of worms. Hansen reaches out to Ming, saying, Get off your beast and come with me. She hesitates. No, I'll only slow you down. But he pulls her along, saying, This is the only way. We need to minimize our attack target. He then calls out to the cunning man, Are you sure you can handle them? The man grins. Don't worry, trust me. He starts slaughtering the foxes in front of him using a special technique called the duel style, clearing a path for Hansen and the others. Hansen keeps attacking, shouting, Stay behind me. If any of us falls behind, it means death. He orders his beast, Charge ahead without stopping. Meanwhile, Ming cries, blaming herself, This is all my fault. I put everyone in danger. I'm so sorry. Hansen, still fighting, replies, Our mission is to protect you. If you get hurt, it means we failed. Stop overthinking. Ming wipes her tears and smiles at him. Even now, Senior Hansen is comforting me. You're so kind. The cunning man is still locked in battle, bravely holding off the foxes. Meanwhile, Hansen thinks to himself, I'm not weaker than him in combat, but there are too many foxes, and I can't hold out much longer. My arrows are almost gone. His mind races. All I have left is my mutant beast spirit, Black Needle Arrow. Suddenly, the Fox King reappears, howling loudly. Hansen is shocked. It's still here? They all realize this is no ordinary fox. This is the Sacred Fox King. The cunning man curses, "The Sacred Fox King," and he brought his entire pack. This battle just got even harder. Ming, now in tears, cries out, "Leave me behind and run. I have to take responsibility for my mistakes. Let them eat me. Just go." Hansen suddenly jumps off his beast, pulling Ming down with him. It's too early to give up. "Give me your daggers." Hansen smirks. Have you ever played the horseback game? This is going to be fun. As everyone watches in confusion, Hansen removes his belt. His body transforms as his beast spirit activates, revealing a new suit of armor. He secures Ming to his back with his belt. "If you're scared, close your eyes." He turns to the cunning man. "Cover me from behind. I'll clear the path." Then, to the rich boy, "Keep providing support." Hansen launches forward at full speed. "Leave this to me. Watch my back. I'm going in." Everyone watches in shock as he slices through the foxes effortlessly. But Hansen stays focused, hunting the foxes as system messages appear before him. Mass monster hunt achieved. He thinks, under the effect of the genetic queen beast spirit, these foxes are moving so slowly. I need to kill more. His eyes burn with determination. This transformation will last only 10 minutes at best. I have to finish them all before time runs out. Meanwhile, Ming watches in awe. Senior Hansen is so cool. The others keep fighting, with the cunning man analyzing the battle. That damn Fox King is smart. He's using the one-horned foxes as pawns while conserving his energy. He's trying to drain us. At that moment, the rich boy screams as earthworms rise from the ground behind him. He panics. "What do we do now? I'm out of arrows. The rock sandworm is closing in. We're going to die." Hansen's eyes widen in alarm. He swiftly pulls out his bow. Ming gasps. "Can you hit it from this far? It's hundreds of meters away." Hansen narrows his eyes. "The Fox King is cunning. If he drains our energy, we'll all die. We have to take him out first." He nocks an arrow. "This shot will decide our fate." The Sacred Fox King watches, amused, wearing a sinister grin. The others tremble. "It's just sitting there mocking us. It thinks we can't touch it." Hansen releases the arrow. A moment later, the Fox King is struck. Everyone stares in disbelief. "You actually hit it? Your aim is insane." Hansen glares at the beast. "Blame yourself for being too arrogant." The remaining foxes freeze in terror. Hansen understands the situation and says that the one-horned desert foxes have panicked because they lost their leader. Even the rock sandworms have stopped moving. Hansen starts eliminating the remaining foxes and shouts to his comrades, "Run away quickly!" At that moment, Hansen tells Ming, "Summon your beast," to which she replies, "All right." She summons her bear, which tries to carry them to safety. Hansen removes his armor to escape more easily. However, the golden rock sandworm suddenly emerges in front of him again, with the Fox King riding on it. Hansen is shocked that the fox's spirit hasn't died yet. The fox glares at them with rage. The rich boy and his group are stunned and exclaim, "The Fox King again!" He's a demon. How can he control the rock sandworm? The cunning man responds, "The rock sandworm is another sacred creature," and they start running away. They warn each other to be careful while fleeing, but the beast ignores everyone and charges directly at Hansen. Hansen is taken aback and mutters anxiously, "It's chasing only me. This fox is incredibly cunning. It must be aiming to end my life." He quickly turns back, holding his arrow, and tells Ming, "Get down." He fires an arrow, but another fox jumps in the way, taking the hit instead of the Fox King. A notification appears. Successful hunt. Hansen has successfully hunted a mutant sand fox. Hansen smirks and says, "Did I hear that right?" He starts laughing and adds, "Unexpectedly, I obtained a mutant beast spirit this easily. Let's continue the hunt. Bring me more mutant beast spirits." Meanwhile, the Fox King continues to chase him. Ming warns Hansen, "The bear's energy is running low. They'll catch up to us." Hansen agrees and says, You're right. That's why we have to take the dangerous route. He orders the beast to run in a specific direction. Ming is shocked and exclaims, "Wait! That's the rocky cliff edge. Don't tell me. Are you planning to jump off? That's impossible. My bear can't make that jump." Hansen smiles confidently and replies, "Trust me, we'll be fine. Just do exactly as I say." Ming nods and says, "All right, I trust you." She commands her bear to leap with full strength. As the bear soars through the air, Hansen yells, "Cancel the bear's summoning now!" Ming follows his order, and the bear disappears mid-air. Hansen fires an arrow at the rock sandworm, causing it to stumble. They begin falling, and Ming screams, "We're falling!" But then, she suddenly notices something. "No, we're flying? What is that shadow?" She sees the shadow of wings and gasps, "I've heard about someone possessing a beast spirit like this." She turns around in shock and realizes that Hansen has transformed into the golden coin armor. As they land safely, she stares at him and says, "Hansen, are you the golden coin?" But before she can finish her thought, Hansen reverts to his normal form. She looks at him in disbelief and asks, "Where did your wings go?" "I swear I saw them." Hansen looks puzzled and says, "Wings? You mean the reflection when we were falling? I saw them too. I thought they were wings. But maybe they were just clouds." Ming shakes her head. How could something like that be just clouds? But before she can continue, the rock sandworm keeps charging toward them. Hansen reassures her. It must be blinded by the impact and kept moving forward until it fell. He smiles and adds, "I'm just glad you're safe. Now we need to go back and find the other two. This place is too dangerous, and our training here is almost complete." A message appears, "Successful hunt." Hansen has successfully hunted the sacred golden rock sandworm and obtained its beast spirit. He grins and says, "Another beast spirit. This was definitely worth the effort." The scene then shifts to a young man named Yang, who is training with wooden dummies, shattering them with ease. The girls watching him are amazed and whisper, "He's so handsome. Ever since he joined the academy, he's been super popular." Suddenly, another guy appears and shouts, "Hey, you bunch of dogs, move aside!" One of the girls gets angry and is about to insult him, but her friend quickly covers her mouth and apologizes. "Sorry, we're leaving now." She then whispers, "That's Feng, the strongest expert in the Academy's King's Hand game. Is he here to challenge Yang?" They recall the rumors that Yang is actually stronger than Feng, but since he hasn't participated in any official school tournaments, he doesn't have a ranking. They wonder, if they fight, this could be interesting. Despite being incredibly good-looking, Yang is only interested in Gigi. One of the girls scoffs, "But he only likes Gigi." Her friend gets irritated and snaps, "That guy just called us dogs. Why do you even like him?" "Shh! Keep your voice down before he hears us." Feng approaches Yang and asks, "Are you the one named My Love is Gigi?" Yang replies casually, "No. And I don't have time for your nonsense. Do you just pick fights every day?" Feng smirks and says, "Well, since you're not the guy, I have no interest in talking to you. But whoever owns that ridiculous name needs to learn their place." The scene shifts back to Hansen, who is in his room with his group. He sighs, "I don't even know why he's challenging me." His teammates clarify, "He's specifically challenging My Love is Gigi. He's looking for the person behind that username." Shang explains, "Feng publicly confessed his love for Gigi, and the whole academy knows about it. Your username caused some trouble for you." Hansen looks at the academy's online forum and is shocked. "What the hell? Everyone is insulting me? I can't let this slide. I need to put an end to this." He grins mischievously and adds, "Not only that, I need to make it clear to everyone that the owner of My Love is Gigi is one of the strongest players in the game. I already know exactly how I'll humiliate him." Hansen smirks to himself, knowing that his recent mission was successfully completed. But despite the incident and everything that happened, he still didn't obtain an S-Class exchange card. On top of that, Xin Xuan didn't keep her promise. She must be punished. At that moment, he remembers Xin Xuan saying to him, "Hansen, even though Ming was happy with your performance, I can't give you an S-Class exchange card. You must be the guardian in the sanctuary of the Steel Shield, and reach the maximum limit in all 3 genetic points. Only then will you receive the exchange card." At that moment, Hansen reveals his power, displaying the sacred spirits in his hands. He smirks and says, "But what I have here was an unexpected gain. I obtained 2 beast spirits. If I hadn't, this trip would have been a massive loss. He then looks at the spirits and recognizes one as the one-horned sand fox's spirit. He quickly realizes that this beast is a mutant, but its classification surprises him. A steed, he mutters. Even though he already possesses the mutant 3-eyed beast spirit, he considers selling it for some money. But more than that, his curiosity burns as he wonders, what is the sacred beast spirit? I can't wait to see it. He then examines the other spirit and is stunned. It's the golden rock sandworm spirit. But what shocks him even more is its classification, a pet-type beast. He's completely taken aback and quickly tosses it aside, exclaiming, another sacred beast spirit that's a pet? Just like the cat I already have? His anger boils over as he realizes, so I risked my life, running for survival. For a pet? This is a huge loss. Frustrated, he starts slapping his own face and grumbles, I had no luck at all today. I'm absolutely furious. Then, as if finding a way to vent his frustration, he clenches his fists and smirks. I have to bully Feng to get rid of this anger. Maybe my luck will turn around after that. Then night falls, and everyone is told, log in quickly, only 10 minutes left. The time is now 10:30. The battle is about to begin. Available spots for spectators are limited. The number of people logging in is so massive that the network slows down. Then someone announces, only 5 minutes left. At that moment, Gigi's friend asks her, who do you want to win? Feng or your boyfriend? Gigi gets angry and snaps back, I told you, I don't have a boyfriend. Then she continues, it doesn't matter to me who wins. I just want to know who's using that name. Meanwhile, Feng's assistants tell him, he must be scared of you by now. Anyway, there's only 1 minute left until the agreed time. Will that fool run away or show up? Feng, full of arrogance, replies, if he realizes his mistake, all he has to do is apologize to me and to Gigi, and maybe I'll let him keep a shred of dignity. Just then, a notification appears. My girlfriend is Gigi has entered the room. A huge crowd gathers, watching in anticipation. People start murmuring, he actually dared to show up against Feng? The atmosphere feels like a festival. A commentator steps in. Welcome everyone. I'm the school's reporter, and this is the battle we've all been waiting for. A match between the top-ranked player in Hand of Kings across the entire school, Feng, and the mysterious challenger, my girlfriend is Gigi. The battle is about to begin. But first, let it be known that Feng is the undisputed #1 in Hand of Kings. He already has an intimidating presence. Meanwhile, we still need to evaluate his opponent's combat abilities. Anyway, let's get started. Right from the start, Feng scores the first points. His speed is overwhelming, almost no one can see his movements. As expected from the top-ranked player, his opponent can't even react. Is the gap between them really this huge? Yet Hansen remains completely calm. He mutters, he took 5 points from me. And another 5. The commentator exclaims, this opponent is quite something, he's responding aggressively. But at the same time, he's doing absolutely nothing. The crowd grows confused. Did he give up? Or is Feng's combat presence terrifying him? Feng smirks arrogantly. Just what I expected from a rookie. How dare he use a name like that? Whatever. Today, I'll humiliate him so badly he won't be able to show his face at school again. Feng's score climbs to 40 points, while Hansen has scored 0. The crowd starts chanting Feng's name, praising his strength. This other guy must have lost connection. He's probably too scared of Feng. This is insane. He hasn't even scored a single point. This is what happens when you challenge the #1 player. Someone even suggests, if he's this scared, he should just quit school altogether, if he still has any dignity left. Disappointed, the audience yells, this wasn't even a fight, it was bullying. Gigi's friend turns to her and says mockingly, looks like your boyfriend made a fool of himself. I was excited, but this was pointless. But Gigi frowns. I don't get it. I checked his past fights. He wasn't this weak. Meanwhile, Hansen's teammates yell at him, what's wrong with you? Are you scared? Move. Get at least 1 point. If you don't, you'll lose miserably. But Hansen suddenly smirks and mutters, too slow. Way too slow. Then, in a blink, he scores 74 points. Feng is still at 80 points to Hansen's 0. The commentator announces, The gap between them is growing wider and wider. I think our friend here is about to be eliminated. Feng keeps scoring, pushing the lead to 80-0. At this moment, a message appears from Hansen. Sorry I was late, I was in the bathroom, but now, let's start. The audience falls silent for a moment, then bursts into laughter. What kind of excuse is that? Who goes to the bathroom at a time like this? This guy can't even come up with a decent lie. Then, Hansen starts moving. His hands are a blur. No one can see his movements. Within seconds, he scores 9 consecutive points. The crowd gasps. What the hell just happened? 9 points in a row? We didn't even see his hand move. How did he do that? Is he cheating? How can someone like him take so many points that fast? Is he actually planning to defeat the school's #1 player? Feng is stunned. The commentator exclaims, "That was an unusual attack." He seized the moment and took 9 consecutive points, and Feng couldn't respond at all. The crowd murmurs. That was a disrespectful move, using such a tactic just to break the momentum. Meanwhile, Feng thinks to himself, that attack wasn't invisible at all. He deliberately sent that message in the public chat. Why? Everyone could see it. He had taken those 9 points purely with his own strength, executing them so swiftly that his opponent couldn't even react, let alone take a single point back. At that moment, his opponent was furious, shouting, "He's stealing my points again! What's happening here? Is what I'm seeing real?" He looked like he suspected cheating. The crowd began yelling at Feng, urging him, "You have to defeat him quickly! You're the top-ranked player!" But everyone watching was completely shocked. Even Gigi and her friend were taken aback. This guy was nothing like before. His hand speed was unbelievable. Meanwhile, the people in the room with Hansen were amazed, exclaiming, "How did you do that? Your hand speed is insane. Are you sure you're not an advanced player and still a beginner?" Hansen simply chuckled to himself. Ever since the sacred blood awakened inside me, my physical abilities have improved dramatically. My opponent's hand speed feels incredibly slow now. Let's see how this match unfolds. The game completely flipped. Hansen took 100 points, making the score 100-80. The entire crowd was left in disbelief. This score, it's impossible. At that moment, Feng was beyond furious. He screamed in anger, "This is impossible! How could I lose like this? How could someone like him defeat me?" But the crowd's attention had already shifted. Everyone was now mesmerized by Hansen's performance. The people in the room with him were still in shock, saying, "What you just did was truly incredible. We never imagined you had this kind of talent." Kong grinned, saying, "The whole school is talking about Feng's loss by a 20-point gap. They're saying he suffered what's called a blood slaughter. He couldn't even fight back. Now people are questioning whether he even deserves his title as the top-ranked player. After that humiliating defeat, his fans must be feeling incredibly disappointed. How is this guy supposed to be #1? He's just a loser." Lo smirked and added, "Actually, a lot of people outside are searching for the guy behind this username. So Hansen, are you ready to treat us to dinner? You know, in exchange for keeping your identity a secret. We'd call that a bribe." Chang laughed. Hansen is officially the most respected guy in the room now. Hansen smirked and said, "Order whatever you want." Kong turned to Hansen with a playful grin. "Don't worry, brother, your secret is safe with me, but I'll be visiting you every time I'm hungry, so you better be ready to keep bribing me with food." Hansen chuckled. "You really think you can take advantage of me?" Just then, someone approached Hansen and asked, "Are you Hansen?" It was Ming, who smiled and said, "I wasn't expecting to see upperclassmen here. What a lucky coincidence." The 2 girls with her introduced themselves, and Hansen greeted them with a smile. "Hello, Ming. So, we meet again." At that moment, Kong grabbed Hansen by the neck and demanded, "Tell me the truth. When did you meet these beautiful girls? Did you do something behind my back?" Hansen pushed him off. "What nonsense are you talking about? Let go of me." Lo laughed. With Hansen's skill, I doubt he'd have trouble managing 3 girls at the same time. Truly, the legendary master of time management. Impressive. Hansen glared at them. "You guys have it all wrong." Ming then spoke up, "Since we've met, and you're now officially my older brothers, I actually have a favor to ask." Kong instantly lit up. "Go ahead. You're our little sister now, and we'll do everything we can to help you." Ming grinned. Great! Our club is short on members. If possible, I'd like you to join our heavy combat armor club. Everyone was stunned. Wait, what? You girls, these cute little girls, are part of the Heavy Combat Armor Club? The Heavy Combat Armor Club was known for its use of massive robotic machines. Still, they decided to check it out and arrived at the club, standing in front of the members. The people there looked skeptical. You four want to join the shooting division? Hansen replied. Yes, the shooting division. Why are you looking at us like that? Kong added. It's our pleasure to be part of this division. If our three dear sisters hadn't invited us, we wouldn't have come here at all. One of the club members explained. The shooting division recruits regular students. We require lower physical fitness levels than other divisions. It was then that they realized the person speaking was the club president. Another member commented, it won't be too difficult for them. But if their physical fitness is below 11, they won't be of much use to us. Ming glanced at Hansen, then turned to the club president and said confidently, Don't worry, my brother Hansen won't disappoint you. They were taken to the training area, warehouse number 7. When they stepped inside, they were completely shocked. Chang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What is happening? My vision is all blurry. Is this real, or am I dreaming? Hansen muttered. I'm starting to think the Heavy Combat Armor Club is actually a military base. They really use heavy combat mechs for training. This is no joke. The club president stepped forward and introduced them to the training mechs. These are the 3 machines we have. The Unicorn T1, the Carrier RS, and the Builder. Among them, the Builder is the most versatile heavy combat armor. It's the best for construction and heavy manufacturing, but also the hardest to operate. It's a terrible choice for beginners. He continued. We also have a combat armor training room right next door. Everyone is welcome to train there whenever they want. Then Kong says, This is the first time I've seen armor like this. This combat armor is amazing. At that moment, Shang adds, These 3 machines are the best training machines in the school. Clearly impressed. Lo then responds, Sister Ming, I'll come to train here every day from now on. I hope I won't be a bother to you. Ming smiles and says, Of course not. I'll never be annoyed by you guys. In fact, I should be the first one to welcome you. Besides, there's going to be a combat armor competition in the future, and it'll be held right here in our club. Hansen is stunned. This is amazing. I feel like we've been wasting time just standing in line at the academy. Now we can finally train as much as we want. Joining the Heavy Armor Club is going to be great. The scene shifts, introducing a character named Yoon, who is speaking to the club president. Isn't this going to bring us trouble? How can a bunch of nobodies use warehouse number 7 as a training ground? Not to mention these are heavy combat mechas. I doubt any student here can even operate them. The president replies, They're all outstanding students, and they're passionate about heavy combat armor. It's the academy's duty to provide its students with the resources they need. Yoon, clearly agitated, snaps back, Outstanding students? Stop talking nonsense. It's all because of their families' backgrounds. The academy clearly favors them and gives them special treatment. Regardless, I'll allow them to use warehouse number 7, but I won't let them keep those 3 heavy armors. I must take them back. Yoon then heads to warehouse number 7, declaring, I'm taking those 3 combat armors today, even if I have to offend these kids' families. The Star Cup is approaching, and we're running out of heavy combat armor. As he enters, he spots someone training inside one of the armors. What the? Someone is piloting the Builder. Could he be the new instructor for the Heavy Armor Club? His control is impressive. Yoon is shocked. No one should be able to operate at this level unless they're highly advanced. At the very least, I need to challenge him and see if he's worthy of using that armor. He jumps into another mech to face him. It is revealed that the person inside the Builder is Hansen. Hansen, excited, says, Wow, the Builder is almost human-like. This is incredible. After just a few days of training, I've finally learned the basics. Suddenly, a warning message flashes on his screen. Hansen, alarmed, exclaims, What? A surprise attack? Who's doing this? Yoon launches a powerful strike at him with his armor. Hansen manages to block the attack. Yun smirks, challenging him. So, you can actually use that heavy armor to fight and even block my attack? Your reaction speed isn't bad. This new instructor is much better than the last one. Looks like the heavy armor club might finally level up. Let me test just how strong you really are. Hansen, still processing, thinks, the RS carrier isn't a combat-type armor, but this guy controls it so well. Could he be the president? Or someone else? Who here is strong enough to pull this off? Suddenly, Yun's armor deploys a massive chainsaw, ready to strike. Hansen, shocked, exclaims, "What the? This has to be a joke! There's no need to escalate things this much." But Yun swings the chainsaw straight toward the builder. Hansen, furious, says, "That's way too much power. If I don't dodge this, the entire mech will be cut in half." Hansen manages to evade the attack just in time. Yun, grinning, says, "Excellent. It's been ages since I've had a fight like this. This is truly exhilarating. You've got me excited now. Let's see just how strong you really are." Yun fully arms his mech, preparing for an intense battle. Hansen, taken aback, exclaims, "What is going on here? Are you the president, or someone else? Who are you? I have no enemies here. There's no reason to be this aggressive in a sparring match." "But it doesn't matter," Hansen smirks. "As long as my hands are fast enough in the builder, I can block any attack. I'm not weak enough to lose that easily." He starts moving with incredible speed, launching a fierce counterattack. Yun is shocked. This new instructor shows no mercy. I wasn't expecting such an intense assault. Regardless, there's no point in wasting time, Yun thinks to himself. A talent like this, it shouldn't be wasted in the heavy armor club. I have to find a way to pull him out of this situation. But before he can act, Hansen unleashes another devastating attack. Yun is caught off guard. That split-second hesitation just cost me another hit. Hansen then exits the builder, exhausted. My hands are completely numb. Operating a heavy combat mech is way more physically demanding than I expected. Yun stares at him in shock and realization. "Wait, that uniform." He angrily points at Hansen and shouts, "You're a student?" Hansen responds, "What? You're not the president?" Then, thinking to himself, "I knew it. There's no way the president could be that skilled." Shocked, he asks, "Are you really a student?" Hansen smiles and says, "My name is Hansen, and I recently joined the Heavy Combat Armor Club. You're one of the senior members, right? I haven't met you before, but your skills are amazing." At that moment, Yun gets irritated and asks, "Have you used heavy combat armors before? You must have trained with a professional." Then, thinking to himself, could he be a spy from another school trying to gather information? How come I've never heard of a student this strong in our academy? Hansen replies, "No. I only trained with the academy's machines. I only got this opportunity after joining the club." Yun asks, "Which department are you from?" Hansen answers, "The archery department." Yun is stunned and thinks, how can an archer have this level of skill? I've just met a true genius. Hansen then says, "I have to go now. We have a club meeting soon. Let's have another match if we get the chance." Yun, still thinking about it, tells himself, an archer with such a strong physique. If I recruit him into our club, our military academy's ranking will rise. I can't let a talent like this go to waste. The next day. During the club meeting, the club president announces, the Star Cup will begin in a few days. Every type of combat armor will be present, so make sure to analyze the armors that will be there. The members begin discussing, our heavy combat armors don't have any advantages in battle. Let's just focus on simpler events. A girl sitting nearby agrees, if we choose a transport armor or a carrier armor, we'll have a good chance of winning. Hansen asks, what are the rewards for this competition? She responds, the rewards are huge. The top 3 winners will receive new combat armors, including the Star Beast and Star Emperor series, worth tens of millions. Hansen's eyes light up as he imagines money and thinks, if that's the case, I'll be missing out on a lot if I don't participate. Sign me up for every event. Lo looks at him, surprised. Are you joking, Hansen? Kong adds, we know you're strong, but signing up for every category? Are you messing with us? Shang smiles and says, I think it's a good idea. If you're a real man, you should join all the events. Ming nods. I agree. It'll be more fun this way. At that moment, the club president speaks seriously. We can't joke about this. If we mess up, we'll embarrass the entire academy. Another member agrees. If we drop in rankings, we'll ruin the club's reputation. Hansen smirks. Don't worry. I want to increase the club's chances of winning. If we succeed, our club will gain an even better reputation. The club president considers this and nods. You have a point. But even if we register for all the events, the schedules will overlap, and we won't be able to participate in everything. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door and says, Hansen, excuse me, but I need to speak with you. Two girls nearby whisper, What's the coach of the Combat Armor Club doing here? Hansen is shocked and asks, Wait, you said he's the coach of the Combat Armor Club? So yesterday, I was fighting the coach? The coach smiles, shaking his hand. Your control over the armor yesterday was impressive. I'd like to invite you to join my Combat Armor Club. Hansen, still surprised, repeats, The Combat Armor Club? Everyone in the room is stunned. Kong whispers, I heard he's really strict and his standards are insanely high. He rarely recruits new members. Lo adds, What's happening between them? Ming suddenly intervenes, clearly upset. Hansen just joined the Heavy Combat Armor Club. He's not joining your club. The coach smirks. Hansen is extremely talented. If he joins my club, he'll receive professional training. Staying here is just a waste of his potential. The Heavy Combat Armor Club members grow irritated. They think, by inviting Hansen, he's insulting all of us. Everyone assumes Hansen will accept the offer. But to their surprise, Hansen simply smiles and says, I appreciate the offer, coach, but I'm already a member of the Heavy Combat Armor Club. I won't be joining your club. Everyone except Ming is shocked. Ming, on the other hand, is thrilled. The coach, unable to believe it, asks, Why? With your talent, I can take you to the military academy and help you win championships in no time. My club's goal is to create champions. Hansen calmly replies, I do aim to win championships, but the Heavy Combat Armor Club is the right place for me. The coach gets frustrated. Winning the league will benefit you greatly. The higher your ranking, the better your military position and career after enlistment. Hansen smiles. I understand all of that, but I'm still not interested. Anyway, thanks for the offer, coach. The coach is left speechless. As he leaves, he warns Hansen. There's no need to rush your decision. You don't know what challenges you'll face after enlistment. If you ever change your mind, you can always find me at the club. As he walks out, everyone stares at Hansen in disbelief. The club president, though pleased, asks, Hansen, what exactly are you thinking? Kong shakes his head. Hansen, the coach just gave you a once-in-a-lifetime offer. You're going to regret turning it down. But Shang says, I knew it. Brother Hansen would never abandon us. Meng adds, You're a real man. Even if you were a leader, we wouldn't give up either. Hansen smiles, looks at them, and says, I'm not going to the Combat Armor Club under any circumstances. So, don't worry. As for me, let's hurry up and train. He then thinks to himself, without Yoon's help, I can achieve an S rank on my own when I graduate. My goal is to evolve with the Holy Blood and become a sacred noble. Nothing else matters. A few days later, the scene shifts to the dining hall, where Hansen reaches for a bottle of cola, only to find another hand reaching for it at the same time. The person turns out to be Gigi. Hansen looks at her angrily, and both of them seem very annoyed. She grabs him and, frustrated, says, You're that cheater from the spaceship. What are you doing here? He replies, I got accepted. Did I have to inform you or something? At that moment, Feng appears and asks Gigi, Is he bothering you? She snaps back at him, No, it's nothing. He's just a mere rookie. And this is none of your business. Hansen smirks and says, That rookie is the same one who defeated you, right? Feng turns to him and says, You beat Gigi before? Then, with a mocking tone, he adds, By the way, look in the mirror first. Who do you think you really are? Hansen smiles to himself and thinks, This idiot. I already defeated you before. Then, he says aloud, I heard that Feng is ranked number 1 in the King's Hands Club. You must be very focused on that. Feng replies, You think you want to challenge me? The surrounding students start murmuring. Does this new student even understand the gap between him and Feng? It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Which game will they play? Regardless of the game, Feng will win for sure. This is going to be interesting. Hansen soon learns that the game they'll be playing is the classic Find the Ball game, where the ball is hidden under one of 3 cups. Feng smirks and says, "Don't cry when you lose in front of everyone." He then begins shuffling the cups at high speed. With arrogance, Feng looks at Hansen and says, "How dare you act all smug in front of me? If you lose now, don't bother Gigi again, or we won't be able to coexist in this academy." Gigi glares at him and says, "Why are you threatening other people? Didn't I tell you to stop that nonsense? Besides, this is just a child's game. You're being ridiculous." Hansen laughs and says, "Gigi, I already defeated you before. I think we should be friends now." She gets even more frustrated and shouts, "What kind of nonsense are you saying?" Feng, irritated, tells Hansen, "Don't get ahead of yourself." Hansen replies, "No problem. So, which cup do you think the ball is under?" Feng, full of arrogance, confidently declares, "It's not under these 2. He then flips them over, revealing nothing. He smirks and says, "That means it's under the 3rd one." But when he lifts the final cup, he's shocked. The ball isn't there. The students around them are equally stunned. "The 3 cups are empty. Where did the ball go?" "I was watching closely. The ball was in the middle one. He must have pulled some trick." Gigi, in shock, says, "This is impossible. I also saw it under the middle cup." Hansen then reveals the ball with a smile and says, "Looks like your eyesight isn't that great." Then he turns to Feng and adds, "Brother Feng, I took the ball while you were moving the cups, and you didn't even notice." He then smirks at Gigi and says, "Anyway, Gigi, now you have to be my friend." The scene then shifts to the depths of the mountains outside. Hansen, wearing the steel sanctuary armor, is with Lin. Lin says, "This mutated creature's nest is a top secret. No one knows about it. We're taking all of them. This will definitely increase your mutation points. Let's sell the extras we don't need." Hansen replies, "You're really loyal, Lin. And you even think of me when you find something new. That's nice." Hansen then thinks to himself, "It doesn't matter if I disappear for a few days to avoid attention. If I stay at the academy, Gigi will definitely come after me for what I did to her." He then remembers when he defeated her, and she slapped him across the face when he jokingly said, "Let's go on a date now." She had furiously replied, "Who do you think you are to ask me out? Are you insane?" Back to the present, Lin and Hansen arrive at the edge of the mountain. Lin points toward the nest and says, "It's right there under that section of the mountain wall. Do you see that broken part?" The scene then shifts to reveal a swarm of brilliantly glowing blue ants. Lin explains, "These are crystal phantom ants. There are tons of them." Then excited, he adds, "I was right." Hansen tells him, "Find a hiding spot and use it as cover. These creatures are terrifyingly strong. There's no need for us to fight them directly. I'll use my bow and arrows." Lin nods. "Got it." Hansen surveys the area and mutters, "There are way too many of them. I should stay cautious. If we get exposed, we'll be in huge trouble." He then readies his beast spirit arrow and prepares to fire. But suddenly, he senses something behind him. There are others here. Just then, 3 figures emerge from the shadows. One of them says, "Use star alloy bullets. Keep firing. Those creatures over there are extremely valuable. They all belong to us now." Another one shouts, "Kill them all. Burn them with fire until they're dead." Suddenly, flames engulf the entire area as the unknown group unleashes an all-out attack on the ant swarm. Lin, frustrated, exclaims, "How the hell did these bastards find out about the nest? They came to steal the loot that should have been ours." Hansen smirks and says, "Don't worry, they haven't noticed us yet. And since our goals align, let's give them some excitement." He starts using his bow and fires an arrow, saying, "Don't blame me for your bad luck. I'm a master at stealing monsters." He shoots an arrow at the mountain behind them, causing a rock slide. The enemies are stunned, shouting, "What's happening? The ground is collapsing beneath us." At that moment, Lin grins and says, "Amazing, Hansen. What you're doing with that bow is incredible. Let's see if they can still steal what's rightfully ours now." The enemies fall into the water, panicking as the crystal phantom ants swarm toward them. They try to escape, shouting, "Our luck is terrible. If you don't want to die here, run." Hansen watches and thinks, "Why aren't the crystal phantom ants chasing those 3? But he quickly brushes it off and says, "No matter. We should start hunting." He begins shooting arrows, precisely targeting the ants. Lin watches in awe. "Hansen, you're incredibly smart. Even though the crystal phantom ants have tough exoskeletons, you're taking them down by hitting the gaps in their armor with perfect precision. A system message appears. Successful hunt. You have hunted a crystal phantom ant and obtained its beast spirit. Lin exclaims, "A beast spirit? You're so lucky, Hansen." Hansen smirks. "A beast spirit in just one shot? Getting a mutant beast spirit has become easy for me. But don't get too excited yet. We can get even more. Let's finish hunting first." They start consuming the ants, absorbing their genes. Hansen urges, "Eat quickly, Lin. The crystal phantom ants have low intelligence. They won't find us." Lin, eating enthusiastically, says, "This is the first time I've eaten so many mutated creatures. I feel like I'm dreaming." A system notification appears. You have consumed crystal phantom ant meat. Mutant gene points acquired. Hansen grins. "My gene points have reached 64 already. My growth is accelerating." Suddenly, Lin points toward a massive ant emerging from the rubble. "Hansen, look at that. Isn't that a crystal phantom ant with sacred blood?" Hansen readies his bow. "What bad luck for you. Why did you crawl out of the rocks? Either way, you're mine now." He fires an arrow, but to his shock, the black needle wasp spirit arrow has no effect. The Ant King lets out a deafening screech. Lin gasps. "Hansen, the sacred blood beast isn't just heavily armored. It has higher intelligence too." "What are we going to do?" Hansen dashes forward, activating his new combat suit. "Ever since I trained in superparticle flow, my movements have become lighter and more agile." Lin shouts in alarm. "Hansen, you're too close. Be careful. If you get slashed by its claws, you're done for." The Ant King attacks, swinging its massive claws, but Hansen dodges with ease. Too slow. It's like watching a slow-motion movie. With pinpoint accuracy, he fires an arrow directly into the Ant King's head. A system message pops up. Successful hunt. You have hunted a crystal phantom ant and obtained its beast spirit. Hansen returns to Lin, who looks at him in awe. "Hansen, you must have a special connection with Lady Luck. You got a sacred blood beast spirit so easily. Please, sell it to me." Hansen shakes his head. "Sorry, Lin. I desperately need these beast spirits and sacred blood genes." Lin frowns. "Fine. In that case, I'll offer you something in exchange. A super bio combat armor. This is definitely worth it." Hansen raises an eyebrow. "A super bio combat armor?" Lin nods. "It's an advanced battlesuit developed with cutting-edge technology. Right now, only a few exist in the military research lab. The camps supply them with rare minerals, so I was lucky to get my hands on a prototype training unit." Hansen asks, "A prototype? Does that mean it's incomplete?" Lin shakes his head. "No, it's called a prototype because it doesn't have an integrated weapon system. But its other functions surpass standard biocombat armors. The only real downside is that it can't be used inside the sanctuary. These biocombat armors are made using biological particle recombination technology. When inactive, they shrink down into a portable backpack that you can wear, activating it whenever you need. Even though it lacks weapons, it's incredibly powerful, almost on par with the Stellar Emperor series, the elite armor of the Cosmic Star Group." Hansen's eyes widen. "A combat armor that fits in a backpack? That's amazing." Lin smirks. "I can see you're interested. How about a trade?" Hansen sighs. "I appreciate the offer, but I really need the sacred blood beast spirit. I can't trade it. However, I can give you 2 other mutant beast spirits, one from a mutant horned fox, and the other from a mutant crystal phantom ant. Shield type." Lin's expression softens. "You're really generous, Hansen. Fine, I accept. Once I get back, I'll deliver the super bio combat armor to you in exchange for those 2 beast spirits." Hansen looks at the fallen Ant King and its swarm, deep in thought. "We've consumed a lot of mutant beast meat, but I still haven't fully developed my genes. In that case, I'll feed it to this little guy instead." Lin blinks. "Wait, you're giving the mutant beast meat to your pet beast spirit?" Hansen says, "This thing is a holy blood beast soul. I still don't know its full benefits, but let's feed it first. Maybe it'll evolve soon and gain the ability to assist me in battles." A system notification appears. You have consumed the flesh of the blood crystal phantom ant and obtained 1 Holy gene point. Hansen mutters to himself. That's disappointing. I can't summon Miao to feed him this, because it is a gift from Xin Xuan to the gold coin. If I take him out now, I'll only bring trouble upon myself. I'll just get him some dried meat later. But the amazing thing is that my holy gene count has now reached 45 inches. At this moment, Yuan is in tears. Hansen, you're so lucky. You own a sacred-grade beast soul, and you're feeding it mutated beast flesh. Not to mention, you only eat holy blood beast flesh yourself. I can't even bring myself to look at you right now. 2 days later. The scene shifts to Hansen, who is standing behind the Academy's mountain late at night. He thinks to himself, there's no one around here at this hour, so it's the perfect time to test the bio-combat armor. A system notification appears as he opens the bag. Scan complete. Progress, 100%. Ultimate bio-combat armor, celestial killing machine, activating. Suddenly, biological particles leap out and begin covering Hansen's body. He's stunned. These bioparticles, they're enveloping my entire body. They're fusing with me and growing. He watches in shock as a liquid-like substance spreads over him. I can feel power coursing through my veins. I feel like I'm becoming stronger. His transformation is complete. This is now Hansen's third armor, the silver killing machine. This suit is incredible, he exclaims. I'm basically the Iron Man of Black Falcon now. He bursts into laughter. All right, let's see how it performs in battle. Hansen moves at lightning speed. The acceleration. It's almost like instantaneous teleportation. The silver killing machine is 10 times stronger than the builder, and it doesn't even have any weapons installed yet. This was definitely a win for me. Trading it for 2 mutated beast souls was worth it. He clenches his fists. With this combat armor, I'll be able to refine my close combat skills in the future. The scene shifts to the Black Falcon Academy's media reception room. A reporter stands in front of the camera. What are Black Falcon's standout advantages in the Star Cup competition? The cameraman responds, if we're talking about strengths, then Black Falcon's modern martial arts duels are their best feature. Anything else? The reporter asks. Of course, the cameraman continues. The other competitors aren't as impressive, especially Hand of Kings. They're ranked only 20th overall. The reporter nods. I heard that Feng lost to someone named Gigi's friend by a margin of 20 points not too long ago. The cameraman smirks. That guy's a mystery. He even competes under an alias. Nobody knows who he really is. Also, Black Falcon is dead last in the archery competition. The reporter chuckles. That's expected. Archery isn't very popular since it's slow-paced. The audience wants intense action, mecha battles, armored combat, real hand-to-hand fights. That's why we focus on broadcasting modern martial arts battles. He smirks. And of course, we'll feature Hand of Kings match, because the beautiful Gigi is competing. That's sure to get high ratings. All right, the cameraman says. That's everything. Let's go grab a meal. The Black Falcon dining hall is open 24 hours. Let's eat first, and then gather more intel on the competitors. The scene shifts again, this time to the Black Falcon dining hall, where the reporter runs into Hansen. Did you miss dinner? Hansen replies. No, I just finished my training, so I came to grab a late-night snack. He eyes the reporter. You're a journalist, right? Must be tough working this late without eating. The reporter smirks. I've written plenty of articles about the golden coin, you know. I'm a well-known broadcaster, yet you don't recognize me? Anyway, you said you just finished training. Why are you training so intensely? Hansen shrugs. Nothing special, just physical training. But in his mind, he thinks, I'd never tell anyone that I was actually training with the silver killing machine. The reporter grins. Training late at night? You must be preparing for the Star Cup. What's your name and what division are you in? Which events are you competing in? Hansen replies, My name is Hansen, I'm in the archery division, and I'm a member of the Heavy Combat Armor Club. This time, I've registered for all the combat armor events. But since some of them overlap, I might not be able to compete in all of them. The reporter's eyes widen. You signed up for all the combat armor events? The cameraman chimes in. You must be joking. Those events are exhausting. You're overexerting yourself for nothing. Hansen remains unfazed. It's not as difficult as you think. If you train hard enough, winning first place is possible. The reporter scoffs. Maybe that's true for the Combat Armor Club. But for the Heavy Combat Armor Club, the competition will be brutal. I'd suggest focusing on something easier, like archery or Hand of Kings. Hansen smirks. Archery isn't even a real competition for me, and Hand of Kings is boring. I could beat their strongest player by 20 points right now. He turns to leave. Anyway, enjoy your meal. The reporter stares in shock. Who is this arrogant guy? Why are students nowadays so full of themselves? But then, he recalls Hansen's words. 20 points. The cameraman chuckles. What's the big deal? The reporter's eyes narrow. I just told you. But let me ask you again. Do you think this guy could be Gigi's friend? We then move to Black Hawk Academy, where Hansen is present. At that moment, he meets Gigi and says, I never imagined we'd meet again. But Gigi walks away, muttering angrily to herself. Why is my luck so bad? Why did I have to run into this guy again? At that moment, Hansen grabs her hand, visibly frustrated, and says, By the way you're treating me is really awful. You hit me last time, and never even apologized. She snaps back. Let go of my hand. How dare you touch me? How rude. Then, still angry, she continues. That date you wanted me to go on with you, and the nonsense you said last time, I never even responded. Wasn't that what you said? And besides, you're just a fraud who tricks people. Don't mess with me again in the future, or you'll regret it. Hansen looks at her and replies, What do you mean? I'm your lover. Gigi retorts, Watch your words. If you spout nonsense like that again, you'll never see my kindness. Hansen smirks and says, So, that means I need to prove my strength in the Star Cup to make you accept me as your boyfriend. She looks at him, then smirks and replies, If you manage to secure a spot in the top 5, I'll agree to all your conditions. You won't be able to deceive the players with your tricks. But if you lose, you'll be my servant forever. She then thinks to herself, Let's see if you're willing to accept that, Hansen. Hansen responds, And how am I supposed to trust just your words? What if you go back on your promise later? Have you already forgotten that you broke your last one? She replies, Then let's make a contract. A legally binding one. All we need is our personal devices to sign it, and it will become official. Hansen looks at her, smiles. That's exactly what I wanted. Now I can rest easy. He then chuckles to himself, thinking, Let's see if you try to deceive me this time, Gigi. Meanwhile, Gigi thinks to herself, There's no way someone as perverted as him will make it to the top 5. It's way too difficult. Just wait, and I'll teach you a lesson, my servant. The scene then shifts to the first day of the Star Cup competitions. The setting moves to the combat armor shooting arena, where the matches are about to begin. A reporter and his cameraman are present. The cameraman says, Hey, announcer, you previously said that Hansen might be Gigi's boyfriend. No matter how you came up with that idea, I feel like it's not true. Maybe we jumped to conclusions too quickly. Also, broadcasting the combat armor match just for him feels a bit hasty. The announcer replies, Gigi's supposed boyfriend is the one who defeated Feng by a margin of 20 points. That's the same guy Hansen is talking about. If he actually wins in the combat armor competition, or if he manages to prove that he really is Gigi's boyfriend, then the broadcast will explode with views. People will go crazy over it. Let's start now. The broadcast begins, and the announcer greets the audience, saying, Starting today, we'll be broadcasting all the matches of the Star Cup for Black Hawk Military Academy. At that moment, the audience seems confused, questioning, what's so exciting about these matches? Everyone wants to see thrilling fights. If the announcer wanted to do something like this live, at least he should have aired a match from the King's Hand tournament. We want to see Gigi. The announcer then says, In this year's combat armor competition, Black Hawk Academy has a player who dominates the entire Academy League. At this point, he is referring to Hansen. The audience becomes even more confused, asking, Who is this player that supposedly dominates the Academy League? Do we even have someone like that? Someone else adds, Impossible. His club isn't even among the top ranks. How could he dominate the entire academy? In the last battle, not a single one of his members even made it to the finals. I'm sure this guy is lying to us. The announcer continues, The player I mentioned is a student from the archery department and has recently joined the combat armor club. At this moment, Feng is watching the announcer and mutters, What nonsense are you talking about? Saying ridiculous things just to attract attention. But Gigi tells him, Our match starts in half an hour. Don't worry about such trivial matters. Just then, the destroyer armor appears on the screen. Feng thinks to himself, there may be many ruthless people in the academy, but they say that the destroyer was the champion of this game 10 years ago. He was legendary back then, and his value is in the tens of millions. That's an actual fortune. He then turns to Gigi and says, come look at this. You should relax before the match. The player the announcer mentioned must be the destroyer. I bet he doesn't have the power the announcer is hyping up. She responds, this is boring. The combat armor match begins, and the battle starts. The destroyer has a rough start, because the person controlling it is inexperienced. The match continues, with the other armors being piloted efficiently and unaffected by anything. Who will win the first place in the 1,000-meter race? At this moment, someone laughs and mocks, that destroyer player is just a failure. Another person next to him replies, this is really disappointing. That's just an old machine. This thing is a waste of money. Do you think he bribed the announcer to talk about him? Gigi then comments, it's really embarrassing to fall in front of so many people. It is revealed that Ming is the one piloting the destroyer. She becomes frustrated and upset, thinking, controlling this thing is really difficult. I'm still a beginner. I'm sorry, everyone. At that moment, Hansin appears in his new combat suit. He is far ahead of the others, moving at top speed. He then speaks to Ming, saying, don't worry, Ming. Just finish this match and prepare for the next one. Hansen continues running, leaving all the other mechas far behind. The commentator announces that they've entered the final lap, and that the fastest racer in the competition is number 69, the pilot of the silver killing machine, Hansin. Will he be able to endure and claim first place in the first race of the Star Cup? At that moment, Feng and Gigi are completely shocked. They had never seen this pilot before, and his mecha must be highly advanced. But who is controlling it? Feng exclaims. The silver killing machine? What kind of mecha is this? It's definitely not one provided by the Academy. Meanwhile, Hansen surges ahead, surpassing all competitors, and ultimately wins the race. The arena erupts with excitement as the announcer declares his victory, revealing that the pilot behind this incredible performance is none other than Hansen, a member of the Combat Shooting Club, the most dominant player in the competition. Gigi and Feng are left in complete disbelief. Gigi mutters, if Hansen has taken first place, then that means the contract with me is valid. I must be dreaming. The commentator continues. As expected, Hansen wasn't just boasting. He's even stronger than I imagined. At this point, I don't even care whether his girlfriend is actually Gigi or not. What I do know is that this guy is no ordinary rookie. The scene shifts to Hansen, who is now celebrating with his friends. They are all thrilled for him. As expected, you're incredible, Hansen. I can't even be upset about losing. We knew you'd take first place. You're the first champion of the Heavy Mecha Combat Club. That's something to be proud of. Hansen smiles, raising his fist. I have absolute confidence in the destructive power and speed of the silver killing machine. Racing is my specialty. Let's work hard for the upcoming competitions as well. Meanwhile, the instructor and his students discuss the outcome. Relying on the silver killing machine, that's nothing to be proud of, one of them says bitterly. The destroyer couldn't even secure a spot and had to withdraw. We must defeat them in the obstacle race. Instructor Yun interjects. Underestimating your opponent is meaningless. Stop this nonsense and focus on preparing for the next race. They nod. Understood, coach. Yun, watching Hansen from a distance, thinks to himself, compared to you, Hansen, my team members are nothing but foolish rookies, but can you teach them a lesson? Prove to me that I wasn't wrong about you. The scene returns to the commentator, who announces that the second round, the obstacle race, will soon begin. With Hansen's victory in the first event, the atmosphere in the arena has grown tense. The Heavy Mecha Combat Club is now prepared for battle, and the next round is about to start. Feng and Gigi watch from the stands. Gigi says, the Heavy Mecha Combat Club is extremely strong. There's no reason for Hansen to keep winning, right? He has to be stopped soon. The race begins, and just like before, Hansen's silver killing machine surges ahead at maximum speed from the start. It doesn't slow down, not even for a second. It's nearly impossible to clear obstacles at that speed, the commentator remarks. What is Hansen thinking? Feng smirks. You love acting like the hero, don't you? No matter how strong you are or how powerful your mecha is, you won't be able to slow down in this short-distance course, and there's no way you'll be able to clear the obstacles. But to everyone's shock, Hansen doesn't just jump over the obstacle. He charges straight through it, smashing right into it head-on. The audience gasps in disbelief. A concrete wall, 1 meter thick, and he shattered it effortlessly. The silver killing machine's combat performance is insane. Isn't this considered cheating? Isn't he supposed to go over the obstacles, not destroy them? But there's no rule prohibiting breaking the obstacles. Feng is furious. Hansen, are you insane? That's an incredibly reckless way to play. There are tons of obstacles in this course. Is he really planning to destroy them all? Gigi's friend notices her expression. You don't look well. Are you okay? Gigi shakes her head. I'm fine. But internally, she thinks, please, someone stop Hansen from taking first place again. Someone has to surpass him. Despite her hopes, Hansen continues on his path, not slowing down in the slightest. He demolishes every obstacle in his way, widening the gap between himself and the other racers. And for the second time, Hansen steals the spotlight and wins again. Feng is absolutely livid. How did he manage to pull this off again? Gigi, still in shock, wonders, what are the other clubs doing? How is it that no one can defeat him? There are so many experienced competitors, yet they're all struggling against a mere rookie. If they can't even put up a fight, they don't deserve to be here. Her friend, confused by her frustration, asks, why are you so upset? Gigi snaps, don't overthink it. The competition isn't over yet. Let's head to the next battlefield. Meanwhile, Hansen basks in the attention. People around him exclaim, we're jealous of your mecha. So many viewers came just to watch your match. You're famous now. Hansen smirks. I can do even more than this. Internally, he thinks, that's 2 competitions down, Gigi. I've won them both. The top 5 spots aren't out of my reach. The scene shifts to Yun, who is seething with frustration. You're trying to change the game's rules. The event organizer, Tien, responds, calm down. The rules were changed to ensure player safety. Do you really think having the silver killing machine in the competition is good for the other players? At that moment, it's revealed that Tien is the one overseeing the Cosmic Star Group. Yun replies, even so, we can't let them compete against real combat mechas. These are all students. Who will take responsibility if their lives are put in danger? Tien reassures him, there's no need to worry. The Cosmic Star Group has the resources to handle such matters. Besides, Coach Yun, isn't this new rule beneficial to your Mecha Combat Club? Yun shakes his head. You're mistaken, Mr. Xiao. We aim to win through our own strength, not through methods like this. The scene then shifts to the location of the second battle. The announcer states that the rules of the upcoming combat armor competition have been changed. The first change, instead of dropping the combat armor, it will be replaced with a real suit of armor. The second change, the competition will be based on a system called free elimination. This means that all 50 combat armors will enter the field together, and the last one standing will be the champion. They will continue fighting until only one winner remains. People saw this as chaos and believed that this rule specifically targeted the silver killing machine. The audience became furious, saying, the Cosmic Star Group is truly despicable. The silver killing machine isn't one of their creations, so they changed the rules just to force it into their system. This group will do anything to ensure their own interests. At that moment, the announcer thought to himself, I never expected the Cosmic Star Group to pull a trick like this. Hansen is in trouble now. Hansen's friends tell him, you're going to be everyone's target. This is a conspiracy against you. This is a scheme by the Cosmic Star Group. It's disgraceful. We can't let you get caught up in even more trouble. Hansen simply smiles and replies, thank you all. The fact that someone as insignificant as me could provoke such a huge reaction from the Cosmic Star Group. I don't blame them for wanting to deal with the silver killing machine. After all, it's extremely powerful. At that moment, Lo says, to secure victory, we need a plan to protect Hansen. He begins explaining his strategy. We'll gather at a single point. Since it's impossible for all of us to survive, sacrifices are inevitable. We'll need someone to charge at the enemies first. That will be our best cover. Hansen and I are the most skilled when it comes to control, so we'll lead the charge. The rest of you will provide cover for us. The team leader and his assistant will handle the right flank, while the 3 girls will be responsible for attacking from the left. Ming excitedly responds, "This sounds fun. We'll work hard to protect our big brother." Hansen smiles and says, "Good. Since we've made our decision, let's fight together. With this teamwork, we will crush everyone." The scene then shifts to the combat armor battle arena, where all the combat armors are assembled. Hansen, inside his suit, says to his teammates, "We were right. They're all targeting us." The club leader adds, "There are others here besides the War Mecha Club members. It looks like they're teaming up against us." Hansen reminds them, "Remember the plan, the one Lo came up with. We can pull this off." They begin charging towards the other armors, and the opponents immediately open fire. The battlefield erupts in gunfire as Hansen shouts, "Attack! Don't give them a chance! Destroy them all!" The enemies scream, "Kill them all, especially the silver killing machine." However, Hansen dashes forward, dodging all the attacks with incredible speed. He tells his team, "Spread out! Use those trash fighters as our shield." Their opponents fire directly at Hansen, but he evades each shot with ease. He taunts them, "You won't even get the chance to move first. You're too slow. Your reaction time is pathetic. Blame yourself, not me. Where are you aiming? Are you blind?" Frustrated, the enemies yell at each other, realizing they have the numbers advantage. Lo commands, "We'll handle the left flank. The leader and his assistant will take the right. This is your time to shine, Hansen." Hansen smirks and reassures them, "Don't worry, you can count on me." Then, unleashing his full power, Hansen declares, "You may have the numbers, but with the soul of the genetic empire's beast, you're all as slow as snails." He charges forward, unleashing a barrage of firepower. The silver killing machine annihilates everything in its path. The announcer watches in awe and thinks, Hansen is incredibly smart. His opponents aren't professionals. They're just a bunch of amateurs without a leader. He tricked them into attacking first, then completely terrorized them. Meanwhile, the person responsible for changing the rules watches in fury. Those heavy combat armor club members. There's no way they can win all the battles. We have to destroy the silver killing machine. But they don't even get the chance. Hansen keeps raining down bullets, overwhelming them completely. Now hesitant, the enemies start panicking. "Focus your fire! Don't waste your shots. Just aim at him." Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes the battlefield. The explosion wasn't from Hansen. It was because the enemies had been shooting at each other by mistake. Hansen seizes the opportunity to escape and sneers, "Fools like you have no luck. You wanted me on your team? What a joke. You're nothing but trash." The announcer, completely hyped, shouts, "The Heavy Combat Armor Club has completely turned the tables. They've taken full control of the battlefield. Hansen is clearly no beginner." Hansen, meanwhile, thinks to himself, "Handling all these weaklings at once is a solid strategy. If they had just paid attention to tactical lessons, they wouldn't have lost so easily." His enemies, now desperate, decide, "We need to take out Hansen's teammates. If we eliminate his support, he won't be able to do anything." One of them shouts, "The Combat Armor Club will crush them all." Suddenly, the enemy forces flank Hansen's team from behind. Hansen realizes, when did they get behind us? Their stealth ability is impressive. The team leader tells Hansen, "We can't keep going like this." His assistant adds, "We have to win." Hansen acknowledges them. "I know. Thanks for your help. I'll defeat them all and bring you glory." He then charges forward, wielding his sword, delivering rapid strikes with extraordinary agility. The silver killing machine moves with unbelievable speed, leaving the enemies paralyzed in fear. They can't react at all, as if they were frozen in place. Hansen dominates them with precision, striking from every direction. Meanwhile, Tien, furious, slams his coffee cup to the ground and roars, "A bunch of trash. Don't even dream of getting funding from us in the future." He angrily contacts someone and demands, "Which company manufactured the silver killing machine? Investigate this immediately and report back to me." The announcer, watching the chaos unfold, exclaims, "Incredible control! A brilliant competition. A glorious victory. The silver killing machine and Hansen, 2 names that will be written in history." The scene then shifts back to Hansen, surrounded by his ecstatic teammates. They proudly tell him, "You secured first place again. You are the pride of the Heavy Combat Armor Club." The scene then moves to Gigi and her friend. Gigi's friend asks, "Are you thinking about something? Your performance yesterday wasn't up to your usual level." Meanwhile, people around them mockingly remark, "The silver killing machine is insanely powerful. I want one. I wonder how much it would cost to buy it." Then, someone responds saying, "It's not even available on the market." Hansen has secured multiple first-place rankings. He's incredibly strong. At that moment, Gigi gets extremely frustrated and slams her hands against the wall. Her friend says, "I feel like something's really bothering you today. You look furious. And kind of scary, too." Gigi's face looks terrifying, but she forces a faint smile and says, "Lily, I'm fine. I just need to go eat." Her friend gets annoyed and says, "You've become so weird. And honestly, you're scaring me acting like this." The scene then shifts to the next day at the military manufacturing office, where Hansen and his silver killing machine are being examined. One of the officials states, "This is undoubtedly the experimental T9 unit from our lab." Another responds, "Since you said that, there's no way it could be anything else." Then, Tang, a known military developer, speaks up, saying, "The person piloting it is a rookie student named Hansen. He isn't highly developed, yet he has competed in the combat tournaments and secured most of the first-place rankings." The factory director, Liu, replies in disbelief. "An undeveloped student was able to control a combat suit and take first place? Impossible." Tang responds, "We're just as surprised as you are. What I found out is that Hansen was personally recommended by Xin Xuan. That's why we're going to make him the official spokesperson for our new product. He'll be the face of our campaign." The scene then shifts to Gigi, who is standing in the dark, concealed, muttering to herself, "Hansen has taken multiple first-place titles in the tournament. How is he this strong? And why did he suggest that idea to me?" A flashback reveals that Hansen had called Gigi, excitedly telling her that he wanted to meet her after midnight at the entrance of the dining hall. She was initially confused and annoyed, asking, "Why at that time? There will still be a lot of people eating there." Despite her complaints, she still went in disguise, thinking, "He did this on purpose. From today onward, I won't meet him again." Just then, Hansen appears and teases, "You got here early. Couldn't wait, huh? Also, why are you dressed like that? Are you afraid someone will recognize you?" She immediately covers his mouth and snaps, "Shut up! I'll rip your lips off if you keep talking nonsense." Hansen smirks and says, All right. Gigi asks, "Let me ask you, what is your account ID on the network?" Hansen replies, "My name is My Love is Gigi." She responds in shock, "So it was really you? I should have realized. Who else could have done this?" Hansen grins and says, "Now's the time for you to fulfill your promise. I've secured multiple first-place rankings." Gigi sighs and says, "I know. I can't break my word." Gigi thinks to herself, "Do I really have to kiss this bastard? Just a touch, and then I'll leave. As soon as I get back, I'll clean my mouth and eat sweets all day." Hansen suddenly grabs her tightly. Gigi exclaims, "What are you doing? Let me go." At that moment, Gigi's friends show up, visibly shocked by the situation, exclaiming, "What the hell is going on? You're disgracing our school." Hansen smirks and says, "Gigi, aren't you going to introduce me to your friends?" But Gigi just glares at him before walking away, muttering, "I hate you." Later, Hansen returns home and finds his pet cat, only to be shocked at what he sees. The cat has grown into a massive three-eyed feline with sacred bloodline attributes. According to its description, it's now classified as a domesticated species that evolved to adapt to combat environments. Hansen is stunned, saying, "You evolved into a sacred bloodline creature, all because you ate too much crystal spirit ant meat." Checking its stats and abilities, he realizes they've improved significantly. He mutters, "There have been reports of people feeding mutated beasts to certain creatures, causing them to evolve into prehistoric tier entities. Incredible. You're now more valuable than those transformed beings I used to feed you." Hansen smirks. "I have another monster's soul, the Golden Sandworm King. I wonder what you'll become if you consume it. Let's go hunting and find out." The scene transitions to Hansen, now donning his old combat suit, heading with his cat toward the Devil's Desert. Observing his feline companion, he notes, "You're now classified as a war steed. You move even faster than the mutated beasts. I wonder how strong your combat power actually is. As he surveys the desert, he spots a target and grins. Looks like we found a prey. Kill it. Effortlessly, the feline beast pounces, taking down the target in an instant. A notification appears. You have successfully hunted a primitive sand serpent and acquired a beast soul. Hansen is thrilled. You can attack on your own now? That means you're like an extra helping hand. Sacred battle pets truly are the perfect hunting partners. He pats his feline companion. Be obedient, and let's go track down the sacred fox king. We owe him some payback. But then he frowns, sensing something strange. This is odd. The last time I was here, this place was teeming with beasts. Why don't I see any now? As they move deeper, Hansen suddenly notices pools of blood in the sand. Then, a chilling sound echoes. A desert fox's cry. Hansen turns sharply and is stunned by what he sees. Xinyan and his men stand before him, grinning as they slaughter all the wolves. One of them laughs. Eat them! These will boost your mutation points. Hansen narrows his eyes, recognizing Xinyan's group is still intact. But who is that massive guy? He watches in shock as a towering man wielding a giant hammer stands beside them. Hansen clenches his fists. Since when did Xinyan recruit someone this powerful? Xinyan smirks and approaches the large warrior, saying, Joe, you're insanely strong. I really admire you. Joe scoffs. Quit flattering me. I'm just lucky I have this hammer. Just then, the desert fox emerges. Xinyan locks eyes with it and smirks. You won't be running anymore. We'll kill you right here and now. At least you'll die without suffering. Grinning arrogantly, he adds, a rare sacred blood beast? I'll be the one to devour it myself. Hansen watches closely, thinking, I remember that fox isn't stupid. It's cunning. The desert fox glares at Xinyan before swiftly retreating into its den, attempting to escape with its wolf pack. Xinyan immediately snaps in anger, realizing his prey is getting away. One of them runs after the others and yells, Don't let them escape! Catch that fox! At that moment, Hansen smirks and says, As expected, the fox is hard to kill. Let's see how they handle this. Suddenly something strange happens. The entire ground begins to shake. Everyone standing there is shocked, asking, What's going on? Why is the ground shaking like this? Xinyan screams at them, Fall back! Everyone retreat immediately. They look at the sand and realize something is moving toward them. Hansen grins and says, You fools, that's not sand. That's golden ants. You're about to become their meal. He starts laughing. Meanwhile, Xinyan shouts at his men, who are already being devoured by the ants. Fight back, you idiots. If you want to survive, you have to run. This must be a trick from the sacred blood fox king. At that moment, Joe tries to fight the ants, striking them down. He says, These ants are weak. Don't be scared. Just follow me. Xinyan quickly adds, If we manage to escape, we'll hold a banquet in Joe's honor. He's truly strong. Hansen is shocked by Joe's strength. This guy is as fierce as a machine. He's unbelievably powerful. So many golden ants, and they still couldn't kill this bastard. Xinyan actually managed to survive this time. Xinyan thanks Joe, saying, Joe, I really appreciate what you did. If you weren't with us, we'd all be dead. Joe replies, No need for formalities. You don't have to praise me. We're brothers after all. But then, something shocking happens. Xinyan's own men grab Joe, restraining him completely. Joe, taken aback, asks, What's going on? Why are you doing this to me? One of the men sneers. We're lucky to get our hands on a sacred blood beast spirit hammer today. You trash. Who do you think you are to call Xinyan your brother? Hansen watches in disbelief. They ambushed him. These scumbags are useless trash. That guy is incredibly strong, but also too naive for trusting Xinyan. Xinyan smirks wickedly and says, Joe, I appreciate that you saved me. But if you hand over the sacred beast spirit hammer, I won't kill you. Joe shouts back, You bastard! Even if I die, I won't give you the hammer. Xinyan slaps him and says, If you hesitate and refuse to hand it over, I will kill you. Looks like you don't appreciate my kindness. Beat him up. His men start brutally attacking Joe. Hansen, watching, clenches his fists. These bastards are ruthless. I need to find a way to save that strong guy. Otherwise, he's going to suffer at the hands of Xinyan's men. Suddenly, Xinyan hears a strange sound. What is that? A mutated creature? No. A sacred blood beast? It's huge. We have to go after it and capture it. He rushes off with some of his men, saying, "The rest of you, stay here and guard Joe. Make sure he doesn't escape." While being pinned down, Joe struggles as one of the guards mocks him. "What happened to all that strength? Weren't you powerful just a moment ago? Just hand over the beast spirit hammer, and your suffering will be less painful." At that moment, Hansen spreads his wings and says, "Are you sure you call yourselves men? What you're doing is disgraceful." His enemies freeze in shock. Hansen charges at them, swinging his sword. One of them falls dead instantly, while the other trembles in fear. Hansen helps Joe up, saying, "Hold on, I'm getting you out of here." Joe, still dazed, asks, "Are you the golden coin?" Hansen smirks. Just then, Xinyan returns with his men. "Golden coin? It's you again, always interfering with my plans. Even if you have wings this time, you can't run away from me while you have Joe with you." Hansen smirks at him. "Who said I was going to fly away? You think I'm stupid?" At that moment, Hansen's pet appears. "Let's get out of here." Everyone present is shocked. "Isn't that the sacred beast we saw earlier? Why is it helping the golden token?" Xinyan yells, "Shut up! That's not a sacred blood beast. It's just a pet spirit." "But it's at the sacred blood level? That bastard actually managed to get a sacred blood pet?" Hansen picks up Joe and says, "We'll meet again, Xinyan." Xinyan, furious, shouts, "I'll kill you. Whether it's now or later, I swear I'll kill you." Night falls. As they rest, Joe asks Hansen, "Why did you save me?" Hansen smirks, "I'm just in the business of doing good deeds." Joe narrows his eyes. "You want the sacred blood beast spirit hammer, don't you?" Hansen shakes his head. "No, but saving you can't be for free, right? You need to pay me a protection fee to guarantee your safe arrival at the sanctuary." Joe sighs and takes out 2 beast spirits. "I know you have a grudge against Xinyan. He's your biggest enemy. So I'll put my trust in you. But I can't give you the sacred beast spirit hammer. Instead, I'll give you these 2 mutant beast spirits, one as thanks for saving me, and the other as a reward for getting me back to the sanctuary safely." Hansen grins. "Now that's a deal. Doing business with you isn't a loss." 2 days later, the scene shifts to Xinxuan's office. Manly walks in and says, "You called for me, Xinxuan? Is there something important you want me to do?" Xinxuan replies, "Please contact Hansen and ask him to come to my office tomorrow. The Imperial Factory has sent us an invitation. They want Hansen to be the spokesperson for the new type of biological combat armor." Manly responds with concern, "Why is the Imperial Factory looking for Hansen? I don't feel good about this. Something is definitely wrong. Why would the military-industrial groups within the Alliance be searching for someone like Hansen? He's not advanced, just a new student at the military academy. There must be a mistake." At that moment, Hansen enters and says, "Becoming an official representative for this kind of thing is going to cause me a lot of trouble. But honestly, I don't think I can take part in something like this. I don't want to go to them. I refuse." Manly glares at him and snaps, "Are you stupid? What are you even saying? The Imperial Sanctuary must have been blind to choose you in the first place. You wouldn't even qualify to enter the Blackhawk Academy." Just then, Xinxuan interrupts, "That's enough." She then turns to Hansen and says, "It would be best if you didn't cause us any trouble. We're not asking for your opinion. We're assigning you a mission, Hansen. You will be the official spokesperson for the Imperial Sanctuary. This will raise our team's reputation." She hands him a document and continues, "Read this information carefully. They have provided excellent conditions for you, so you need to be prepared." Hansen looks at the papers and then at Xinxuan. "If I refuse, that would be considered insubordination, especially since you were the one who assigned me this mission." Then, he glances at the reward and says, "This is a huge reward. But can I set some conditions?" Xinxuan raises an eyebrow. "What kind of conditions?" Before Hansen can answer, Manly, clearly frustrated, shouts, "Are you an idiot? How dare you demand conditions?" Hansen calmly replies, "My silver death armor is from the research department affiliated with the Imperial Sanctuary. I want them to upgrade its weapons system." Manly glares at him but then sighs, "Fine. That's not a difficult request. I'll make sure they fulfill your demand." And so, Hansen heads off to officially become their spokesperson. As he stands beside Chang, Chang says, I heard that Professor Yan has invited two incredibly strong guests to the grand martial arts lessons this time. Two of the chosen, Liu, ranked number 2, and Ming, ranked number 6. Hansen glances at him and smirks. You're a fan of Liu too? I bet you're really excited. Then, he thinks to himself, Liu, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Meanwhile, the students are chatting. Even someone like Hansen follows famous fighters. We're all fans, Hansen. Why don't you join our group? Someone else chimes in. Wait, isn't that Hansen? What a lucky coincidence. Did you come to attend the professor's lecture? Another student, clearly impressed, adds, I'm from the archery class too. Your performance in the last combat armor competition really boosted our reputation. You're amazing. Hansen smiles awkwardly. You guys are embarrassing me with all these compliments. Deep down, though, he feels happy, thinking, my fate really has started to change. Just then, Professor Yan enters, accompanied by Ming and Liu. He says, the lecture is about to begin. Please sit quietly. The students settle down as Ming and Liu introduce themselves. Professor Yan addresses the class. In short, the ultimate goal of martial arts is to enhance the trainees' abilities. In real battles, power increases tremendously, and psychological factors play a huge role. For example, the yin-yang boxing technique is one of the virtual combat arts that strengthens the body while embodying mental strategies. He then turns to Ming and Liu. Now, let's have them demonstrate yin-yang boxing. Ming steps forward and says, Professor, if we just perform the technique ourselves, the students won't gain much from it. They won't truly feel the spirit of the martial arts. Would you allow us to invite 2 students to spar with us? Liu glances at Ming and thinks to himself, you sneaky bastard. You just want to avoid getting beaten in front of everyone. You're afraid of becoming a joke, aren't you? Professor Yan nods in approval. That's a great idea. This is a rare opportunity for someone to spar with one of the chosen. So, who wants to take on the challenge? Immediately, students start raising their hands enthusiastically. The only one who doesn't is Hansen. He watches everyone's excitement, and then notices Chang beside him, raising his hand eagerly. Professor, please choose me. At that moment, Liu spots Hansen and says in surprise, Wait, isn't that Hansen? What a pleasant coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. The professor follows Liu's gaze. Ming smirks and points at Hansen. Look at the one student who didn't raise his hand. The one who doesn't seem interested in martial arts. He's the perfect choice. Hansen is shocked by what he just heard. The professor nods. Come forward, Hansen. You will fight against Ming. Hansen thinks to himself, just my luck. But the students around him cheer him on. Ming looks at Hansen with disdain and says, Be careful. One of us will fight with you. This will be fun. Consider it the opportunity of a lifetime. Meanwhile, Liu watches the students' admiration for Hansen and thinks to himself, he has such a strong reputation among them. I wasn't wrong about him back then. The professor chuckles. Yin-yang boxing uses one hand for defense and the other for attack. It has many variations, including the black fist, yin, and the white fist, yang. The defender must predict which hand the opponent will use, black or white. Ming turns to Hansen and smirks. If it's the black fist, you must dodge. If it's the white fist, you must block it. Got it, Hansen? Let's begin. Before Ming can even react, Hansen delivers a powerful strike, catching him completely off guard. Ming stares at him in shock. You attacked first. You gained the advantage. The students gasp in disbelief at what they just witnessed. Hansen smirks. We agreed to start, and I assumed you were ready. The professor, still stunned, murmurs, I couldn't even see his movement. His speed is incredible, especially since Ming couldn't even block it. He looks at Hansen and says, You're really good, Hansen. This is a psychological technique that exploits the opponent's mental weakness, making it easier to compete against them. Then, he thinks to himself, still, Hansen would have been even better if he had aimed for a vital area like the nose or eyes. That would have left his opponent helpless and given him an advantage in the next rounds. At that moment, Ming smirks slyly and says, That kid used a strong attack, and I wasn't careful enough. But behind him, Liu stands and says, Hansen, you're really talented. How about continuing? Hansen then looks at Ming and says, Teach me again. Ming prepares to strike him again, and as he does, he thinks to himself, that's some overacting. Clearly, there's no energy or real thought behind it. Are you trying to intimidate me? This is definitely a yin punch. I expected better than this, even when I was in kindergarten. Then, Ming suddenly throws a powerful punch at Hansen. He is completely shocked and thinks, a black punch? That's impossible. The professor said that yin and yang martial arts are like mind games. It seems your mental strength is not good enough. Ming smirks and thinks to himself, you underestimated me and tried to use me to make yourself look good. Do you really think I'll let you do that? He then becomes frustrated, thinking, this attack has no real force or threat behind it. This must be a white punch. This time, I won't make another mistake. Hansen then strikes him with a third black punch, thinking, the black punch again. This attack is really strong, but Hansen was hiding it. The spectators start murmuring, there are no flaws in his technique. As expected from the pride of our academy. This is amazing. Ming, now visibly frustrated and upset, looks at Hansen and says, Hansen? That was incredible. You definitely have a bright future ahead of you. I underestimated you. Now it's my turn to attack. He then thinks to himself, I know exactly what you're going to do. So I'll use the white punch. When I win, I'll act like I forgave you. At the very least, I need to restore my pride right now. Hansen, meanwhile, smirks internally, thinking, Ming is clearly frustrated with me, so he won't use the black punch. He'll go with the white punch instead. If he doesn't, he'll be in an embarrassing situation. His prediction turns out to be correct. Hansen looks at Ming with indifference, blocks his fist, and says, no power, no pressure. This is just a white punch. That was too easy to predict. At that moment, the professor and Liu are both astonished. The professor exclaims, Hansen, your mental strength is outstanding. It's not something any student could easily achieve. Liu, thinking to himself, fighting Hansen is no joke. I wasn't his opponent, and I refused to challenge him for a reason. His friends are amazed, saying, Ming can't do anything against him. He didn't even move. And all it took were 3 punches to defeat one of the top students. People say he isn't great at controlling war armor, but when it comes to yin-yang boxing, he's absolutely unbeatable. The scene then shifts to the academy's restaurant. Inside, Gigi's friend is talking to her. Did you hear? Hansen won the war armor competition and even defeated the 6th-ranked elite student in the professor's class. It's a shame we weren't there to see it ourselves. Gigi, unimpressed, replies indifferently, what's the big deal about seeing it? Guys love to show off and flaunt their strength all the time. But internally she thinks to herself, that bastard Hansen disappeared after last time and hasn't contacted me even once. Meanwhile, Hansen arrives at the restaurant where everyone welcomes him warmly. Someone even says, your meal is on us today. Others ask him, can you tell us how you won? Give us some tips so we can get stronger like you. That's when he spots Gigi, who is clearly annoyed by his presence. He is shocked to see her as well. Internally, she grumbles, this trash again! Of all places, he had to show up here. My luck is terrible. At that moment, Shang smiles and says, our academy is truly wonderful. Even Gigi is here. What a pleasant coincidence. Hansen then asks, can we sit here? Gigi's friend enthusiastically replies, of course you can sit here. As people walk by, they start whispering, did he just decide to sit next to Gigi? Is there something between them? Someone else responds, I don't think they've ever interacted before, have they? Gigi, irritated, says, ugh, what's with all this noise? There are plenty of empty seats. Why do you have to sit here? Hansen then greets Gigi's friend, who is delighted, and says, Hansen, your legend is spreading so fast throughout the academy. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Lily from the Combat Vehicle Command Department, and this is my best friend Gigi, the beauty of Black Falcon Academy. I'm sure you've heard of her. Hansen smiles and replies, nice to meet you. My name is Hansen, and I'm from the Archery Department. Oh, and I'm Gigi's boyfriend. Gigi and Lily are both stunned, with Gigi even spitting out her drink in shock. Lily exclaims, you're Gigi's boyfriend? How did I not know that? Meanwhile, rumors start spreading rapidly around them. Someone says, see? I told you there was something between them. Another person questions, since when? They were really good at keeping it a secret. At that moment, Gigi's supposed boyfriend arrives, glaring at Hansen and saying, you should have defeated me first before calling yourself her boyfriend. Hansen smirks and responds, defeat you? In Hand of Kings? I already crushed you. Enraged, the guy grabs Hansen by the collar and yells, if you're scared, Don't go around saying things like that. Who do you think you're fooling? Enough with the lies, Hansen calmly replies. I really did beat you. With a 20-point difference no less. And yet you still claim you can win. You're pathetic. The guy glares at him angrily and suddenly exclaims, You're the one using the account, My Love is Gigi? Everyone gasps and someone shouts, Wait, are you really the player with that username? Another person exclaims, So he's the mysterious player who destroyed Feng before, the one who dominated Star Cup, the one who defeated the 6th-ranked elite in yin-yang boxing, Gigi's boyfriend. They're all the same person, Hansen, the pride of our academy. At that moment, Gigi grabs Hansen by the wrist and says, Come with me. Don't waste your time with these people. Let them eat. She is visibly furious. Hansen looks at her and asks, Why are you so angry? Just then, Lily stops them and says, Hansen, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Was it in Star Cup, or maybe the academy cafeteria? Gigi quickly interrupts, You must be mistaken, but Lily suddenly exclaims, Oh, I remember now. You're the one who was out with Gigi before. Turning to Gigi, she says, You told me you didn't have any close friends. Why did you keep this from your best friend? Gigi, now flustered, replies, It's not what you think. Let me explain. He looks at her and says, What's so hard to explain to everyone? Let them know now that we're lovers. This is the reality. At that moment, everyone standing around is in complete shock. Shang is amazed and says, The hero and the beauty, the perfect title for you two. I fully support you both. Even her friend says, You make such an ideal couple. I hope I find someone like him someday. The scene shifts to the room, where Lo is speaking to his group, saying, The Star region did this on purpose to cancel Hansen's nomination for the remaining matches. Kong responds angrily, Those bastards are just using their influence to bully people. Shang, frustrated, adds, That so-called silver killing machine broke the rules without any evidence or proof. It's obvious they're scared of her. They're also afraid that Hansen will keep winning and take all the spotlight. They're absolute cowards. At that moment, Hansen walks in and tells them, It's not a problem. I'm tired of the competition. Let the organization do whatever they want. Lo looks at Hansen and smiles, saying, The 10th of this month is the final day of the Star Cup. If you don't show up, the Academy's entire internet will be flooded with protests, and people will say they won't watch. Though, there will still be some who support the Star organization. Hansen shrugs and says, Let them protest. I'm no longer interested in the Star Cup. I have more important things to focus on now. The scene shifts to the Imperial Sanctuary. A young woman speaks to the director. Director, are you sure I have the skills and confidence to be the main representative? Why did you choose an ordinary student instead of me? Can you please explain this to me? The director replies, Yushin, you are the female lead, and Hansen is the male lead. You are both the main characters here, and there is no difference between you. Yushin scoffs, Director, do you see me as a child? I've read the script, and this time, I don't have a single scene in the war armor. How am I supposed to be the main character? I'm just a supporting role, nothing more. The director looks at her seriously and says, Listen to me. You are the top student in the United Military Academy, and a member of our special war armor team. You're also a star. You must understand that you have to take on whatever role is required of you. She glares at him, clearly unhappy, but he firmly says, That's an order. Frustrated, she sighs and replies, Fine, I'll obey the orders. As she walks away, she mutters to herself, I need to meet this Hansen who stole my leading role. Hansen finally arrives. The director greets him. Hansen, you're finally here. Let me introduce myself. I am the General Director of the Imperial Sanctuary, Liu Shang. These two are the production managers and the promotional film's cameraman. Hansen smiles. Nice to meet you all. I'm Hansen. It's an honor to be here. He thinks to himself. I heard from Xin Xuan that he's not just the director of the Imperial Sanctuary, but also a high-ranking officer, a general. Liu Shang then says, We've made some precise modifications to every aspect. You can test them in the training room if you'd like, Hansen. This is the final version of the full silver killing armor. Hansen replies excitedly, This is exactly what I wanted. Thank you. As Hansen opens the armor, he notes, This combat armor looks bigger than the silver combat armor I'm used to. The director explains, That's because we optimized it to be more user-friendly. However, its combat capabilities have been slightly reduced. I'm not sure how it will perform now. Hansen begins putting it on and immediately notices, the integration with my body is much smoother this time. The gravity resistance has been slightly reduced. This new biomechanical war armor looks amazing. He is deeply impressed and says, the control cockpit is extremely comfortable, and even the operating systems are smooth. Let's test its performance now. As he tries to walk in it, he suddenly falls. He thinks to himself, I was used to the stronger version of this combat armor. I'll need some time to adjust to this downgraded version. Just then, another combat armor flies toward him. The pilot inside says, if you don't show your full strength, you'll be walking out of here. Hansen is shocked, unable to believe what's happening. He exclaims, what the hell? Who's attacking me the moment we meet? The director watches the fight unfold and turns to his assistant. Isn't that you, Shin, piloting the killing machine? When did she enter the training room? She's going to ruin everything. The assistant responds, don't worry, Mr. Liu, I'll go stop her. But the director shakes his head. It's too late, she's too stubborn and won't stop until she determines a winner. The assistant hesitates, then says, we all know Yu Shin's combat abilities. She's also an expert in piloting combat armor, while Hansen is just a beginner. The director smirks. Now we'll find out Hansen's true capabilities. Let's see if he's really fit to be the lead representative. Yu Shin, furious, shouts, I'll show you who really deserves to be the main character of this promotional film. She draws her weapon, while Hansen, now irritated, prepares himself. He grits his teeth and thinks, this is so annoying. I've been ambushed like this before. No matter what your background is, don't blame me for what I do next. You provoked me first. Yu Shin launches her attack, but Hansen effortlessly blocks it. Then, in a shocking move, he slices through her laser sword. Yu Shin is left stunned, unable to believe what just happened. Before she can react, Hansen delivers a powerful blow that sends her flying. Furious, she shouts, you disgrace soldiers by using such a cheap trick. Hansen looks down at her and replies, you lost. Now leave. The director's assistant is in complete shock. Hansen defeated Yu Shin that easily? The director smirks and says, that's what you'd expect from the champion of the war armor tournament. He's not highly developed yet and lacks proficiency in control, but what he just did wasn't bad at all. Yu Shin then steps out of her combat armor. Hansen stares at her in disbelief, thinking, what have I done? He suddenly realizes she's one of the commanders, and the only female among the top 10 chosen warriors. The 4th star, Yu Shin. She looks at him and says, your name is Hansen, right? You're really undeveloped. He smiles and says, I didn't expect you to be the elder sister, Yu Shin. Yes, I'm undeveloped, and I'm sorry for what happened earlier. She looks at him and asks, how did you train to control your combat armor? He replies, I trained for a short time but gained a lot of experience. As they say, success depends on 1% hard work and 99% talent. She responds, I think you got it wrong. 99% hard work and 1% talent. He laughs nervously and says, I'm sorry. I must have said it backward. I guess I need to study again. Then, he thinks to himself, her background is no less impressive than Shin Xuan's. I don't want to cause trouble with her. She walks away but says to herself, 99% talent. All right, I'll remember that. I acknowledge your combat abilities. As for the promotional film, I hope we cooperate well during the shoot. Hansen reacts, wait, I'll be filming with her? No one told me about this before. Then, he thinks, so that's why she was mad at me. It seems like I stole her role. The day of filming. Everyone is busy preparing for the shoot. The director approaches Hansen and says, we've improved the weapon system in your combat armor, just as you requested. We hope you like it now. Hansen smiles and replies, thank you very much. I didn't expect you'd be able to reduce its size this much. Either way, I'll take good care of it. The director smiles and says, the filming has gone exceptionally well over the past few days. The director even said that you're quite charismatic and have adapted well to Yu Shin. As a reward, we've decided to give both you and Yu Shin a modified silver combat armor with electric enhancements. This is a special edition, made exclusively for the two of you. Yours is blue, and Yu Shin's is red. It even has the Imperial Sanctuary emblem engraved on it. Additionally, you'll receive free maintenance services. Hansen smiles and replies, "You're very generous, but this is a valuable gift. I can't accept it so easily." Then, he thinks to himself, a dual edition combat armor? If Gigi finds out about this, she'll kill me. And I kept the whole filming thing a secret from her because I didn't want to upset her. At that moment, Yushin enters and says, "It looks amazing, I really like it. The research and development have reached an incredible level." The director replies, "Yes, technology keeps advancing, but we won't release it to the public. We'll only announce the standard silver edition." Yushin looks at Hansen and says, "Let's have a rematch with the new combat armors after filming." Hansen responds, "Yushin, let's not." Then he thinks to himself, "This girl is so persistent. I need to figure out a way to escape from her." The cameraman arrives and says, "Yushin, Hansen, we're about to start filming. Get ready." They both reply, "All right, we're coming." During the filming, the director thinks to himself, "Not bad. A handsome male lead and a beautiful female lead. I hope that on the first day of September when the conference takes place, this will have an unexpected impact." The day of the conference. As the commercial featuring Hansen airs, Yushin watches from a distance in silence. Suddenly she's shocked by what she sees. "What's that?" she exclaims. To her surprise, it's a combat machine belonging to the Shuri. Panic spreads among the people. "Run! We're under attack by the Shuri. We don't want to die." Yushin thinks to herself, "Why are the Shuri attacking our school all of a sudden? We're not at war." As she runs, she trips and falls. The Shuri warrior approaches her, raises his sword and says, "Die!" Yushin screams. At that moment, Hansen throws his bag, knocking the sword away. He steps forward and says, "Who are you, and how dare you bully a young girl like this? You're truly despicable." He activates his combat armor. Meanwhile, the audience watching the commercial is puzzled. Who's this guy? Some don't recognize him and are surprised to see a character alongside Yushin in the film. They're also confused about why the Imperial Sanctuary chose someone like him as her partner, as she was supposed to be the sole protagonist. In the commercial, Hansen delivers a powerful strike using the silver combat armor. As people watch, some recognize him. That's Hansen, the crazy champion of the Star Cup. As they see him in the combat armor, they realize that he's just as significant as Yushin. The commercial continues, showing Hansen landing a decisive blow against the Shuri, knocking him to the ground. With a single sword strike, he eliminates him. Yushin then approaches him and thanks him for saving her. She asks, "Can I ask you something? Who are you?" But Hansen walks away without answering. He takes off, looking toward the overwhelming number of enemies ahead. He starts firing at them from all angles. The audience is in awe of the machine's power, realizing how formidable the silver combat armor is. The enemies try to eliminate Hansen, but he summons more warriors equipped with silver combat armor. He declares, "We must protect humanity now." Everyone grabs their weapons and begins fighting, successfully wiping out the enemy forces. The audience is amazed by the quality of the production and how incredible the commercial is. They see the potential of this combat machine in saving humanity. The commercial ends with the silver combat armor emerging victorious. The announcer declares that it will be available for purchase in limited quantities starting in October. People are excited by what they see. As expected from the Imperial Sanctuary, this combat machine is truly amazing. Some immediately decide they must buy one. "How do we purchase it?" they ask. Others begin supporting Hansen, commenting, "His performance with the combat armor is completely different from his last competition. I was already a fan of his, but now I admire him even more." The director smiles proudly, pleased with their achievement. He announces, "The silver combat armor will be available in limited quantities. If you want one, you must register and reserve it now." Then, he thinks to himself, just as I expected. The duo of Hansen and Yushin made the promotional film go absolutely wild. At that moment, the scene shifts to Hansen's cousin and his mother, who are watching Hansen on screen. She furiously calls her son, saying, "Come quickly. Isn't that boy who looks like Hansen?" Her son replies, "He does look like him, but he's also with a star like Yushin. Do you really think that's the real Hansen? Could he even stand on equal ground with her?" But then he gets extremely angry and says, "What do you mean resemblance? That's Hansen. You can check the cast list." At that moment, both of them are seething with jealousy. His mother grumbles, "That lucky brat. First, he gets into a military academy, and now he's starring in a promotional film with a huge star. Hansen's cousin is even more resentful, thinking, he's gaining strength and wealth. Why don't I have luck like his? The scene then shifts to Falcon Military Academy, where students are discussing the film, which has gone completely viral, surpassing 5 billion views. They acknowledge that the Imperial Sanctuary made the right choice, but some whisper, isn't Hansen the boyfriend of the Academy's beauty? We don't understand what's going on. Could he be cheating on her? At that moment, Gigi is absolutely furious. Her friend asks, Gigi, what's going on between you and Hansen? But Gigi snaps, yelling, that bastard hasn't called me. The last time he called was 2 weeks ago. I'm going to kill him. Thinking to herself, she decides, when he gets back, he better come see me, or else I will kill him. The next day, she finally confronts him, still fuming. So you finally decided to come back? You're a star now, huh? You and Yu Shin. Both of you are famous. Everyone is talking about you two. You even have a fan club. Hansen smiles awkwardly and says, Gigi, it's not like that. It was just a filming mission. Plus, I signed a contract with the Imperial Sanctuary, and I couldn't tell you about it. She scoffs. Excuses, excuses. My mind is telling me that you betrayed me. How could you? I'm your girlfriend, and now I mean nothing. Hansen quickly responds, what are you even saying? Cheat on you? We are the most famous couple in the academy, and besides, you have nothing to worry about. Yu Shin isn't even worth the dirt under your nails. But Gigi grabs him by the neck, choking him slightly, and glares. Whatever, idiot. But you did embarrass me. Hansen, panicked, says, I don't want you to be mad at me, and besides, I won't be working with the Imperial Sanctuary anymore, at least not after my contract ends. A few days later, Hansen meets with Shin Xuan, who is shocked and asks, you want to refuse working with the Imperial Sanctuary in the future? Why? They gave you the reward you wanted, and now you're widely famous. This is the perfect opportunity for you to become a celebrity. Hansen replies, I could make a fortune just by becoming the official ambassador for the Imperial Sanctuary's products. But I don't want to be a star. I've already wasted too much time. I want to focus on improving my strength and combat abilities. Please explain this to them for me. Shin Xuan studies him and then smirks. You're really passionate about this, huh? All right, I'll talk to them. You did your best this time. Sales of the Silver Killer machine are booming, and you even crushed the Star Organization's mecha sales. But tell me, Hansen, what's your plan for the future? Hansen's eyes sharpen. The mission to protect Ming isn't over yet. Her mutated genes are still far from their desired goal. I'm taking her to the Devil's Desert again. And so, he takes Ming there, and she smiles at him. Thank you for coming with me on another hunt. I feel safe when I'm with you. Hansen nods. I heard the rest of the team brought you here for hunting before. How did it go? Ming replies. I killed a lot of primitive beasts, but only a few mutated ones. I hope we find more of them this time. If we do, our luck will be great. Suddenly, a large flock of black-feathered beasts soars above them. Hansen frowns, watching them carefully. Why are these creatures just flying above us without attacking? Are they just watching us? Ming also looks up, puzzled. Then she hears a strange noise. Hansen, I think there's a battle happening in that direction. Hansen nods. Let's go check it out. As they arrive, they see that the black-feathered beasts are actually rushing to defend the rest of their kind. 2 people are standing there hunting them with arrows. Hansen narrows his eyes. Looks like those 2 are hunting the creatures. The 2 hunters are revealed to be Bing and Dong. Bing calls out, Dong, you have to kill them all. Dong reassures her. Don't worry, Bing, I'll protect you. Ming's eyes widen in shock. Wait, isn't that Bing? Hansen glances at her. You know her? Ming nods. Our families have had dealings in the past. She's 2 years older than me. Hansen raises a brow. So, she's not exactly a close friend of yours? Ming hesitates. Not really. Hansen then says, then we don't need to help them. These beasts haven't attacked us yet, probably because they're unsure if we're allies or not. But if we interfere now, they will attack us. And I can't put you in danger. Besides, the beasts don't seem to be a threat to them. If we step in now, they might think we're trying to steal their hunt. Those 2 look very strong. Meanwhile, Dong swings his sword, slashing at the beasts with incredible speed. He suddenly spreads his wings and soars into the air. Hansen smirks. Between Bing and the guy with her, she's way stronger. Ming looks at him curiously. How can you tell? Hansen explains. Her firing stance is perfect. Her aim is flawless. She doesn't waste a single shot. Her power seems limitless. But more importantly, she's targeting only the closest black-feathered beasts. Her accuracy rate is 100%. Ming nods. You're right. Bing is brave, and her family has given her a lot of resources. That's why she has such powerful beast spirits. These black-feathered creatures aren't a real threat to her. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoes through the area. Bing's expression shifts. Something feels off. Then, to her shock, the black-feathered beasts start retreating. Dong watches them flee and smirks. Looks like they finally realize the difference in power between us and them. Smart creatures. They know when to run. But then, Bing says, "You two hiding over there, come out." Dong asks, "Are there people here?" At that moment, Ming and Hansen step out. Ming greets Bing, saying, "Hey, Bing, we were afraid to step in and help because we didn't want you to misunderstand our intentions." Hansen thinks to himself, "This girl noticed us from the start. She's not simple at all." Ming then reassures them, "There's no problem. These monsters are easy to deal with." Bing then turns to Hansen and says, "So, you're the famous lead pilot of the modified Silver Death mecha, the rising star of the Academy." Hansen responds, "Yes, it's an honor to meet you, miss. I came here on a mission to protect Ming during her training." Bing smiles and says, "It seems that all the rumors about you are true. You're a legend, and now you've been appointed as Ming's personal bodyguard? You must have been the one who suggested not interfering, right?" Hansen smirks and replies, "Ming's safety is my top priority. You're strong enough to handle them easily." He thinks to himself, "She seems like a nice girl, but her tongue is sharp. I can't predict what she's thinking." Ming then asks, "Bing, aren't you from the Sanctuary of Creed? What brings you here?" Bing explains, "We were on our way to the Iron Shield Sanctuary for some business, and decided to pass through the Devil's Desert to hunt some monsters. By the way, this place seems familiar to you two. How about helping me get to the Iron Shield Sanctuary?" Hansen smiles and replies, "Miss Bing, this place is very close to the sanctuary. You won't take long if you follow the path on the map. I need to continue Ming's training, so we can't turn back now." Ming looks at him and says, "Hansen, that's not a very considerate answer. Bing and her companion don't know the area well." Bing observes him and thinks to herself, "This guy is really sharp. He wants to get rid of me? Well, that won't be easy." Then she looks at him and says, "Anyway, we're not in a hurry. How about we all train together? It's been a long time since I last saw Ming, so this is a great opportunity." Ming, excited, says, "That sounds great. Let's go hunt some mutated beasts." Hansen thinks to himself, "What exactly is this girl planning?" Bing then turns to him and says, "I've heard that your marksmanship and control over the war mecha are top-notch. I assume you're also skilled in martial arts?" Hansen replies, "My level is just average. Nothing worth mentioning." He thinks to himself, "This woman won't stop testing me. She's not ordinary at all." Dong then comments, "How can a guy like him be good at everything?" Bing, "You have high expectations of this kid when it comes to martial arts. There's someone named Yang who's famous for his mastery of combat skills." Hansen replies, "Let's not push forward any further. They're definitely wary of us. You've already killed a large number of them." Dong then notices, "Black-feathered monsters again?" and tells Ming to step back. She agrees. Ming then turns to Bing and says, "Let's retreat." Bing responds confidently, "Don't worry, we can take them down easily." At that moment, the sky darkens completely and visibility is lost. Ming, confused, asks, "Why can't we see the sun even though it's still morning?" Bing explains, "That's why Hansen told us to withdraw. Looks like they're planning something." They look up to see the sky completely covered with black-feathered birds. They've completely blocked out the sky. Hansen assesses the situation and says, "Their numbers are enormous. We can't kill them all even if we try. Looks like they're here for revenge." Dong, visibly shaken, says, "How dare they try to retaliate? I'll kill them all if they come near me." Hansen, irritated, shouts at him, "Don't be stupid. There are hundreds of them, and there's a special one among them. This must be their king." But Dong recklessly flies forward using his shield, declaring, "I'll kill him and help Bing increase her sacred gene points." Bing shouts at him, "Come back. You're no match for them." Hansen, frustrated, thinks to himself, Is he seriously trying to show off in a situation like this? How stupid can he be? Hansen then yells at Ming, "Run to the rocky edge now and don't stop." She quickly agrees and runs. Hansen draws his bow and starts shooting at the monsters. Bing, watching him, thinks to herself, "He just killed 2 monsters with a single arrow. I can't believe he's able to shoot with such precision under these unexpected circumstances." He was right. We need to escape immediately. What an extraordinary guy. They begin their retreat while Bing helps take down some monsters. Bing then shouts at Dong, "You need to fall back. If you don't want to die, we're leaving without you." But Dong, still in the air, continues slaughtering the creatures, yelling, "You worthless trash! I'll kill you all, then feast on your corpses!" Just then, a monster sneaks up behind him and lands a devastating strike. Dong, in agony, cries out, "One of the black-feathered monsters has sacred blood! I can't get near it!" The monsters start swarming him, attempting to devour him. From below, the others yell, "You have to run!" Meanwhile, Hansen leads the group toward the rocky cliff, saying, "We have to stand our ground. The black-feathered monsters are too fast. We can't outrun them. At least we won't be attacked from behind." He turns to Ming. "Stay here and don't interfere in the fight. I won't let anything happen to you." Then he looks at Bing. "Do you mind fighting side by side?" She smirks. "Of course not." Hansen draws his sword and channels a massive amount of energy into it. The sword is called Hawk, the soul of the mutant beast weapon that the person who helped him last chapter gave him. He thinks to himself, their numbers are overwhelming. Using a larger blade would be more effective, and indeed, he manages to hunt them down, receiving system messages confirming the kills of the primitive black feather beasts. Meanwhile, Bing fights alongside him, attacking furiously and thinking, "I still have doubts about Hansen, but he's undeniably strong. If he weren't standing beside me fighting right now, I'd definitely be dead." They manage to eliminate a vast number of monsters, but then something shocking happens. Dong falls from the sky onto the rocky cliff, drenched in his own blood. Ming is terrified, while Hansen and Bing stare in disbelief. At that moment, the king of the black feather beasts steps forward, clearly challenging them. Bing thinks to herself, there are too many monster corpses around us, and none of us have a flying beast spirit. If this continues, it'll be incredibly difficult to escape. Hansen then says, "We've been tricked. I never expected to be cornered like this." Bing looks at him in surprise as Hansen suddenly summons a worm-like beast spirit from his hand. She asks, "What is that?" Hansen responds, "It's a holy blood-type tame beast spirit. It'll devour them all and help us clear the battlefield." Bing, still in shock, exclaims, "You have a beast spirit like that? Its body is unbelievably tough." Hansen then turns to Ming and tells her, "I'll draw the black feather beasts away. You must run immediately. Don't think about anything else. Just leave the Devil's Desert right now." Ming protests, "Staying here alone puts you in extreme danger." But Hansen hands her a beast spirit and equips her with armor, reassuring her, "Don't worry about me. The Holy Blood Crystal Ant Phantom armor will protect you. Just do exactly as I say." Bing, watching this, is astonished. He gave her a Holy Blood beast spirit? That's the most valuable thing to him. If he's going into battle, why give it away? Hansen then draws his bow, saying, "The Black Feather Beast King wants us dead. If this fight drags on, things will get worse." He readies his shield. "I need to end this quickly." He swiftly eliminates several monsters to reach the king, thinking, "The beast spirit blade I obtained is perfect for close combat. But for now, let's focus on taking down the leader." Bing watches him and thinks, so he has another beast spirit shield too. Trying to kill the Holy Blood Black Feather Beast King in these conditions is foolish. This guy is even crazier than Dong. At that moment, Hansen launches himself toward the king, attempting a powerful sword strike. He locks eyes with the Black Feather King and says, "This is going to be a nightmare for you. I have to kill you." He smirks before attacking with his weapon, adding, "I didn't expect I'd have to use my ghost hunting skill on such a disgusting beast. I didn't want to get close to you, but I have no choice." Ming shouts, "You have to defeat him! Beat that monkey!" Meanwhile, Bing warns him, "It's too dangerous to engage in close combat with the king. He won't go down easily." Hansen clings to the king's back, saying, "You want to get rid of me? Not that easily." Bing notices the sheer number of birds surrounding them and realizes they must be coming to aid their king. Ming urges Bing, "Let's go. We have to get out of here. Bing hesitates. Are we really leaving Hansen behind? But Ming summons her beast and starts running, saying, "Don't worry. I trust that Hansen can handle this on his own. He's buying us time. We have to go now." Hearing this, Bing reluctantly follows, thinking, I have no choice but to leave now. Meanwhile, Hansen is still gripping the king, but struggling to deal significant damage. He calls out to the birds, "Your king is in my hands. Attack me if you dare." He then thinks to himself, Ming and Bing must have escaped by now. There's nothing left to worry about. The Demon King's armor is no match for the Black Blood Sky Beetle. Hansen starts striking the monster, determined. I have to eliminate all of you. But suddenly, the Ape King takes Hansen and dives at full speed toward the ground. Hansen yells, "Are you trying to kill yourself?" Realizing their target is the sand dunes. Hansen braces himself just as the Ape King slams him hard into the earth, sending them crashing into an underground cavern. Hansen groans as he stands up, muttering, I didn't expect there to be a cave beneath the dunes. The Black-Winged King planned this escape route. Too bad for you. You've just trapped yourself in the perfect hunting ground for me. He smirks. Now, I'm going to kill you and feast on your remains. But suddenly, glowing blue butterflies appear around him. He stares in confusion. These glowing specks. Are these butterflies? He swings his sword instinctively, sensing something strange. This isn't just a simple hiding spot. The king took a gamble by coming down here. He must be trying to use these things to his advantage. At that moment, a system message appears. You have killed a primitive flame phantom butterfly. You have acquired a primitive beast spirit, but there is no meat to consume. Hansen frowns. No meat? Suddenly, the flame phantom butterflies around him start transforming into massive fireballs. Their numbers increase rapidly, and Hansen realizes the temperature is rising fast. If this keeps up, they'll burn me alive. My armor won't hold out for long. Meanwhile, the Ape King dives into the water, attempting to escape. Hansen quickly draws his bow, firing an arrow to stop him. However, the king submerges, beginning to swim freely. Hansen holds onto the rope tied to his arrow and watches. The king can move effortlessly in the water. Could it be a water creature? At that moment, the king starts moving at an incredibly high speed. Hansen struggles to breathe, thinking, even if I can swim, I can't move this fast underwater, or even breathe properly. Just then, the king releases him and surfaces. Hansen gasps for air and mutters, that king got lucky this time. Right after, he receives 2 system messages. The first one states that he has obtained the spirit of the primitive flame phantom butterfly, which is a beast spirit, but functions as a hidden weapon. The second message confirms that he has acquired another beast spirit of the winged type. He summons them both to inspect them and remarks, so, it's just a butterfly. The flame phantom is a consumable beast. No wonder its meat didn't drop. That's really unfortunate. But this weapon I got is actually pretty good. The only downside is that it's a one-time use item. Curious, he decides to test how it works. The moment he throws it, the butterfly shoots through the air, crashes into the cave wall, and explodes. Hansen is stunned. That's insanely powerful. It's just a primitive beast spirit, yet it has this much energy and destructive force. A thought crosses his mind. I could hunt down all the flame phantom butterflies here. He looks up and sees a swarm of them covering the cave ceiling. Did the explosion wake them up? He smirks. I almost feel bad for them, but I have the power to wipe them all out. He then calls out, Are you ready? He launches a relentless attack, hunting them from every direction. As he fights, he grins to himself, thinking, I'm such a lucky guy. That winged beast king led me to an incredible place. A place where I can gather tons of beast spirits. After this hunt, I'll have collected a ridiculous number of primitive beast spirits, and even more transformed beast spirits. I'll keep some for myself and sell the rest. However, he suddenly notices something. This phantom butterfly heat. It's pushing the sky beetle armor's heat resistance to its limit. I'll suffer a huge loss if I don't get the armor repaired after this. Still, he continues his assault, until, unexpectedly, a system message pops up. Successful hunt. You have obtained a holy blood beast spirit. Hansen freezes in shock. Holy blood? Did I read that right? At that exact moment, a butterfly lunges at him, burning his shoulder. He flinches and winces in pain. Damn, that's hot. But then he smirks. I don't mind getting burned a little, especially if it means getting a holy blood flame butterfly beast spirit. With that, he decides, all right, I'm leaving this place. I've gained more than enough this time. Thanks to my transformed Barracuda spirit, I can escape this river easily. A few days later, the scene shifts to Black Hawk Academy. At that time, Hansen is sitting, deep in thought, holding the butterfly weapon in his hand. He says to himself, I asked the blacksmith I bought the 2 arrows from to make me 10 more using the metal alloy. His craftsmanship is exceptional, and with enough training in using the butterfly arrows, I'll be able to unlock their full power and use them effectively in real battles. At that moment, Shaw sits beside Hansen, smiling at him and saying, Sorry for the interruption, Hansen. Can we talk for a bit? I'm Shaw, a member of the Modern Club for Ancient Weapons. We participated in the black and white boxing tournament online. Note: black and white boxing is the yin-yang boxing style that Hansen used to defeat Ming. Shaw continues, Our team consists of 4 members, but we still need 1 more. I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to join us. Hansen replies, Why me? I'm from the archery division. Shaw explains, Everyone in the academy knows about your fight with Ming and your skill in black and white boxing. This competition is extremely important. Our first round match is against Sandra Military School. We absolutely cannot afford to lose to them. That's why I'm asking you to join us. Hansen looks at him and says, Sandra Military School? Shaw nods. Yes, they're our worst rivals in the boxing competition. We've lost to them 3 years in a row. On top of that, they've tarnished our reputation online, which is absolutely awful. So please, join us. Hansen smirks. I see. So they're just a bunch of bullies, huh? When does this competition start? Shaw, excited, replies, It starts on Sunday, October 6th. Does that clash with your schedule? It's okay if you can't participate in the later rounds, but you must at least fight in 1 match against Sandra. Hansen reassures him. That works for me. Don't worry, I'll be there. Shaw exclaims, That's great. Fill out this form, and let me buy you a meal after school. Hansen smiles and thinks to himself, This is a bit nerve-wracking, as he writes his name and adds the title, Black Fist King. Later, Hansen heads to the Physical Ability Testing Center thinking, It's been a long time since my last physical test. I should check how strong I've become. He undergoes standard tests for strength, speed, and agility. As he completes them, he's pleased with his results. The average results are close to 16. I've become incredibly strong. Very few people without completed heavenly bloodline or mutated genes can reach 15 in physical fitness. This is amazing. My efforts haven't gone to waste. Feeling proud, he thinks, I've improved physically a lot after training with the unbreakable bone technique. Smiling, he continues, If I keep progressing like this, reaching over 20 points when all my genes are fully awakened won't be difficult. Just then, someone enters and says, What a coincidence. You're here too, Hansen. Hansen looks up and asks, Who are you? The man replies, I'm Ouyang Xiao. Hansen immediately recognizes the name, thinking, Ouyang, I remember now. He's the spokesperson and a famous member of the Ancient Weapons Club. Ouyang says, I heard you agreed to participate in the match against Sandra Military School. Hansen nods. Yeah. Are you joining too? Ouyang shakes his head. No, I'm not competing. Hansen, surprised, asks, Why not? Ouyang responds, I won't waste my time on something I know we can't win. Hansen smirks. I see. So that's why Shaw asked me to join, because you refused. Ouyang smiles and says, I saw your fight against Ming. You have a solid foundation. Would you like to join the Ancient Weapons Club? Hansen replies, Sure, if you can beat me in black and white boxing. Hansen thinks to himself, Ouyang is a highly respected member of the Modern Club for Ancient Weapons and the Black Hawk Military Academy. He's also the best boxer here. He even participated in the Alliance's boxing tournament and ranked among the top 20 competitors. That was considered the best result in Black Hawk Academy. This might be my only chance to challenge him. Hansen then suggests, How about we compete in 9 rounds? Whoever scores the most points wins. If I win, you'll join the competition. Ouyang responds, If it were anyone else, I'd refuse. But for you, I can't say no. Hansen nods. All right, let's decide who attacks first with a coin flip. What do you choose? Ouyang replies, Heads. The coin lands on heads, and Hansen says, You're lucky. You attack first. Ouyang immediately launches his attack. Hansen watches him closely and thinks, That's a bold move, no hesitation at all. He created a powerful air current, But this punch isn't lethal. My estimation of him just dropped. Hansen doesn't even flinch as the punch approaches, causing Ouyang to pause and say, "You didn't dodge or even blink. You're quite brave." Hansen smirks. "You chose the white punch as your first move. Looks like you want a fair fight with no serious injuries." Ouyang nods. "I lost. No excuses. Now it's your turn to attack." He thinks to himself, "I don't need to use the black punch against him. Winning the first round by luck would bring me nothing but shame." Hansen grins and says, "Do you know what my special title is?" Ouyang replies, "That's none of my business." Hansen boldly declares, "No, it is your business. My title is Black Fist King. That's why I'll be using the Black Fist. Don't underestimate me. You'd better block this." Ouyang yells, "There's no point in trying to trick me with words. I trust my own judgment. Deception is the best way to mask weakness, and you've just revealed yours." At that moment, Hansen delivers a devastating punch straight to Ouyang's face, making his nose bleed. Ouyang, shocked and furious, exclaims, "How is this possible? That was a black punch?" Hansen hands him a tissue and says, "I told you to block it, but you didn't listen." Ouyang slaps the tissue away, frustrated, and says, "Do it again." He thinks to himself, "I was careless. Very few people make me take a match seriously. But now, I will fight with my full strength." Hansen then gathers immense energy in his fist and warns him, "You'll be in misery soon. If you don't listen to my advice, I'll keep scoring points. You'd better focus." Ouyang carefully observes as Hansen attacks. Anyone using the black punch will definitely strike with full force, engaging all the arm muscles with a strong intent to win. But his arm and fist aren't moving at all. I don't sense any trickery. Ouyang prepares to block, but is surprised when Hansen lands another unexpected black punch. Hansen smirks. "You're still standing. You're strong, at least a 13-pointer, right?" Ouyang, furious, shouts, "Stop talking nonsense and keep attacking." Hansen replies, "Are you sure you don't want to take a break?" Ouyang refuses. "No, keep going." He becomes frustrated, thinking, how can someone control both real and feint attacks so flawlessly? His way of using force is so subtle that even my experience can't judge it. Hansen, now leading by 5 points, says, "I've scored more than 5 points. According to our agreement, you'll join the boxing tournament." Ouyang, still angry, yells, "One more round!" "Since my choice contradicts your way of using your power, I'll do the opposite. Do you really think white and black boxing is that simple?" At that moment, Hansen throws a punch and says, "You're wrong about this." Ouyang was shocked, staring at Hansen. What is this overwhelming power? He's trying to change my judgment again. I assumed he'd use a white punch. But this feels like a black punch. I'll dodge it. But to his surprise, Hansen suddenly said, "White punch." "Impossible!" Ouyang exclaimed. How did he manage to stop his power like that after using such an aggressive technique? He tricked me, both physically and mentally. Hansen looked at him and said, "White and black boxing has 3 levels. First, you observe your opponent's personality. Second, you understand their thoughts. And third, you track their movements. Even though I have experience in real combat, I'm only at the 3rd level. But with some effort, I can start to see into my opponent's mind." With that, Hansen smiled, turned away and said, "I need to go now. Don't forget to sign up for the competition." As he walked away, he thought to himself, I might be able to partially see into my opponent's mind now. That's because I enhanced the Unbreakable Bones spell. I'm learning how to deceive my opponents and use my power more efficiently. Scene change. Ancient Weapons Training Club. At the training grounds of the newly updated Ancient Weapons Club, Xin Ling, the club's coach, stood in deep thought. "I have to find a way to convince Ouyang to join the competition," she muttered. "Even though Hansen joining us has greatly increased our strength, it's still not enough." Just then, the entire room was shocked as Ouyang suddenly entered. He looked directly at the club leader, stunning her as he said, "Give me a registration form. I'm entering the competition against Sandra Academy." Scene change. Black Hawk Academy. Hansen was walking through the academy when he heard someone call out, "You're still alive, Hansen?" He turned in surprise to see Bing standing there. He asked, "What are you doing at our academy?" She smirked. "I've transferred here. I'll be staying for 2 years. Also, I'm 2 years older than you." Hansen blinked, then chuckled. "Welcome, senior." He was still surprised that she was older than him. Bing smirked and asked, "You're happy that I'm here, aren't you?" Hansen quickly nodded. Of course. She smiled. "You're very popular here. So I have an offer for you, one that might interest you." Hansen raised an eyebrow. "Of course. What can I help you with?" "I'm going to the Iron Shield Sanctuary to attend the Beast Spirit auction. I figured you'd be interested in that." Hansen's eyes widened. "A Beast Spirit auction? What kind of beast spirits are they selling?" Then, he paused and asked, "Wait a minute, why are you telling me such important information?" Bing smirked. "You managed to escape the Celestial Beast King, which means you're perfect for this mission. I like being close to useful people like you. Here, take a look at the auction's item list." Hansen scanned the list and was shocked. There are so many mutated beast spirits, some even at the sacred blood level. These people must be incredibly wealthy. His eyes landed on one item. The Sacred Light Divine Bird, a sacred blood beast spirit. "This bird is insanely strong. It's far better than my purple-scaled dragon," he continued reading. "And the Silver Blood Trident Spear, another sacred blood beast weapon. I actually prefer this over the Sacred Light Divine Bird." Hansen turned to Bing. "Miss Bing, how much is the Silver Blood Trident Spear?" She smiled. "Excellent choice. This beast weapon is the best. I can give you a discount. 230 million. Hansen's jaw dropped. "There's no way I can afford that." Bing smirked. "I have an idea. You can take it without paying a single cent." Hansen narrowed his eyes. "What's the catch?" She grinned. "You just have to join the Warrior King's Fight Club. We're one of the best combat clubs with branches everywhere." Hansen smiled politely. "I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline." He thought to himself, "There's definitely a contract involved. I've already joined too many clubs. If I agree, it'll be a huge hassle, especially since I'm the official representative of the Imperial Sanctuary. I can't accept." Bing narrowed her eyes. "Think carefully before you refuse. I can offer you additional benefits." Hansen hesitated. She definitely has hidden motives. Just then, someone suddenly punched Bing in the face. "Didn't you hear him? He said no." It was Gigi. She grabbed his arm and glared at Bing. "Keep your hands off him." Bing smirks and says, "The beauty of the academy. I heard you're Hansen's friend. And I also heard you're gentle and delicate. I didn't expect you to be this rude. You've disappointed me." Gigi gets really upset and snaps, "You old woman. Don't you feel ashamed trying to seduce my boyfriend in broad daylight at the academy?" Bing scoffs, "You're so rude. Hansen and I were talking business." Things escalate, and a huge commotion starts, drawing the attention of the students. Some of them start resenting Hansen. Of course, because he knows two beautiful girls. Hansen sighs internally. "I have a really bad feeling about these two. They must hate each other." Gigi glares at Bing and says, "There's no need for you to recruit him. He's already part of the Imperial Club. Thanks for your concern." Bing smirks. "Don't stand in his way. Let him choose what he wants." Hansen, feeling really uncomfortable, just wishes for the conversation to end, as everyone is staring at them. Eventually, Bing walks away, but Gigi is still fuming and says, "I'm not going to waste my breath arguing with a little girl like you. Let's talk later, Hansen." Gigi then turns to Hansen angrily and says, "There won't be a next time." She glares at him and continues, "First, it was Yu Xin, and now Bing? You really can't seem to get rid of your habit of being surrounded by the lionesses, huh?" Hansen is startled by her rage and immediately starts running, with Gigi chasing after him. The scene changes to the battle venue. A new reporter stands in front of the camera saying, "I'm sure Sandra Academy will win. This interview is going to be boring." She seems really frustrated that Ming assigned her to interview the low-ranked participants from Black Hawk Academy. She thinks to herself, "Luckily, the match is being broadcast in 3D using Skynet technology, so I don't have to go there in person. Also, it's obvious that not many people are interested in a Black Hawk match." Just then, the team members from the Ancient Weapons Club walk in, looking weak. She welcomes them and their manager, then asks, "What do you think about the tournament? Black and white boxing is one of Sandra Academy's specialties. Do you have a plan to defeat them?" The manager replies confidently, "We don't need a plan. Black Hawk is definitely going to win." The reporter looks irritated and thinks to herself, "They're way too confident. She must be lying. Even with Ouyang, there's no way they can beat Sandra." She then turns to Ouyang and asks, "As a rising player in Black Hawk, everyone's watching you. "What do you think about Sandra Academy's #1 player?" He simply replies, "I don't know him. All I know is that we're going to win." The reporter is shocked by his response and thinks, "What an arrogant attitude. I'm definitely writing a bad report about him." Then she approaches Hansen and says, "You're a new member, right? In your opinion, what are your chances of winning?" Hansen responds, "Our chances of winning? Well, it's hard to determine right now who will win. I'm just a temporary player, but overall, I agree with the manager and Ouyang." Meanwhile, at Sandra Military Academy, player number 15 and player number 17 are talking. One of them scoffs. The Black Hawk players are still dreaming about victory. The other laughs. They're just fooling themselves. But of course, they can't tell the reporter that they're going to lose. Then, player number 12, smirking, says, "The entire internet is saying that Black Hawk is overestimating themselves. They don't even understand their own position." Just then, Nalan, Sandra's second-ranked player and team captain, walks in, not paying much attention to their conversation. Someone calls out to him, "The match hasn't even started yet, and you're already eating jelly?" He casually asks, "Who's our opponent today?" His teammate scolds him, "You're ranked #2 in black and white boxing. You should be a little more interested." Just then, the coach enters with a player named Liu and says, "The Black Hawk team isn't even worth our attention." Someone suggests, "How about we let Nalan go first and throw them out?" Another player asks, "What's our lineup?" The coach replies, "Liu will fight first." Liu's name is then displayed on the match list, titled, "Sandra Academy's Win Speaker." At that moment, Shaw from Blackhawk looks shocked and exclaims, "Who is the Win Speaker? Is he a professional fighter?" The manager shakes her head and says, "No, he's a new player named Liu. He joined Sandra less than a month ago." Shaw scoffs, "They're putting a new member in the first match? They must be underestimating us." Ouyang adds, "Arrogance and overconfidence are their way of life." The manager smirks. "In that case, our entrance won't be ordinary." As the match lineup is displayed, some Sandra players mock Hansen's name, saying, "Who would like a name like Hansen? He should have been called the Losing King instead of the Black Fist King. Just wait and see how he gets crushed." The announcer says that the Black Fist of the Black Falcon team is just a temporary player. His name is Hansen, an 18-year-old new student in the archery department. He has never participated in black and white boxing before. They start mocking him, saying, "A temporary player from the archery department? Do they have another interesting person? Do they really think they can win?" They speculate that the team is using a new strategy by sending the temporary player first and relying on Ouyang for victory. One of them says, "I don't think we should give up," and they begin laughing at them. At that moment, player number 2 thinks to himself, "A temporary player? This is boring. Anyway, I have to go. Why should I care? Once the match is over, I'll go buy some jelly." The match begins, and they announce that the fight will take place in the virtual world. The first player to score 3 points wins, and the winner will continue fighting until they lose. The system will randomly select the next defender, and professional specialists will determine whether a punch is classified as a white punch or a black punch based on the player's strength. Hansen immediately charges at his opponent. Leo, his opponent, thinks to himself, "Don't you know anything? I'm a player on Sandra's team. Do you really underestimate me so much that you use such a weak punch?" But then, Hansen lands a powerful punch on Leo, shocking him as he realizes it's a black punch. Leo is stunned and mutters, "How?" His team is furious, exclaiming, "A black punch? Impossible! That punch was weak." Hansen then lands another black punch, increasing their frustration even more. They yell, "Another black punch? He just took 2 points from Leo. Is there an error in the system? Weren't those white punches?" The coach tells Leo, "Stay calm. Don't get tricked by his moves." Leo responds, "Understood," but thinks to himself, "The Black Fist King is really strong. Looks like there are people even stronger than Ouyang." Hansen smirks and tells Leo, "I heard you're the weakest in your team. Looks like you're just unlucky. You lost because you failed to assess your opponent properly." Leo gets angry and shouts, "Stop talking nonsense. I know you're just trying to distract me, but this time, I won't lose a single point." Hansen grins and says, "All right, focus. Is this a black punch or a white one?" He gathers intense energy in his hand and delivers another punch. Leo becomes extremely frustrated and confused, thinking, "Black? No, but it's not that strong. Or maybe white. He used 2 black punches in a row. Could he be using a white one this time? Is it black or white? Hansen lands yet another black punch, and Leo is furious because he failed to predict it. The entire team is shocked. Leo has lost 3-0. The announcer declares, the first round ends with the victory of the Black Fist King. It looks like the wind speaker is still inexperienced. His mind wavered after the first punch, which is why he lost all the points. But Sandra's team still has other strong players. Keep up your enthusiasm and show us your best performance. Meanwhile, Gigi and her friend are watching the comments. Her friend asks, why are they talking like this? It's clear they're biased towards Sandra's team. Gigi replies, ignore them. They're just arrogant people. Just watch how Hansen wins this match. She laughs and adds, there's already a debate online about what happened in the first round. Gigi scoffs. They're opportunists. The moment Hansen won, they suddenly started cheering for him. The comments online are unpredictable and bizarre. Back in the arena, the coach tells Ju, it's your turn now. Pay close attention to his movements. Ju nods and says, don't worry, leave it to me. The second battle begins. The Black Fist King versus the Blazing Sun. The commentators say, Sandra's team will win this time. He's going to get revenge. Joe enters the battlefield, looking furious. He thinks to himself, I will take back those 3 points from you right now. Then you'll understand why you should never mess with Sandra Academy. I will win. He glares at Hansen arrogantly and says, you're doing well for a temporary player, but it's time to wake up from your dream. Hansen, unfazed, replies, bragging about your abilities isn't a good thing. He then launches a powerful punch at Ju in anger and says, don't boast unless you actually have the strength to back it up. Ju thinks to himself, he hit Leo with 3 black punches, and his title is the Black Fist King. This punch is really powerful. It must be a black punch. If I dodge it, I can win at least 1 point. However, Hansen surprises him. The punch is white. Ju is shocked and yells, a white punch? How did he lose his attack power so quickly? Hansen smirks and says, honestly, you're no better than the wind speaker. There's nothing special about you. How many points do you think I'll take from you? Ju becomes enraged and shouts, don't get ahead of yourself. The coach advises Ju, ignore him. He's trying to distract you. Focus on the match, trust your abilities, and closely watch his movements. Hansen grins and says, here comes the second punch. Watch carefully. Joe starts panicking, thinking, I don't want to end up like Leo. That was so humiliating. What's the right choice? A white punch or a black punch? One of Sandra's team members suddenly realizes, Hansen has learned to control the strength of his punches and deceive his opponents masterfully. That's the problem. With his deceptive movements and controlled power, he confuses his opponents, making it impossible for them to predict the type of punch. At that moment, Hansen lands a devastating black punch, and the match is instantly decided, 3-0. Sandra's team is stunned. We lost! We're the losers! The announcer exclaims, this is unbelievable! The Black Fist King wins again with a clean 3-0 sweep. This match was full of surprises. Sandra's team has lost 2 consecutive rounds for the first time in history. The coach is furious and yells at Ju, what were you doing? How did you lose to a temporary player from Black Falcon? Do you even want to stay on the team? Meanwhile, Black Falcon Academy is celebrating. Ouyang smirks and says, looks like today is an unlucky day for Sandra's team. The Black Fist King is just getting started. Shaw keeps cheering for Hansen, shouting, you're the Black Falcon's flame, destroy them! Hansen gains massive recognition, and the third round begins. The results? Another 3-0 victory. He continues defeating his opponents effortlessly with intelligence and skill. The result of the fourth round was also decided with a score of 3-0 in favor of the Black Fist. They say Hansen is incredibly talented. He's a crazy player who managed to single-handedly elevate the Black Falcon's score. At that moment, the Black Falcon Academy was overjoyed, saying, this is amazing. We won with a total score of 4-0. It was a great decision to ask for Hansen's help. Sandra's team must be embarrassed now. Meanwhile, Gigi and her friend were thrilled with Hansen's victory. Gigi said, I knew Hansen would do it. He's so strong, he wouldn't let me down. Her friend replied, yeah, he's truly amazing. Not just the commentators, Everyone online is impressed and was confident in his victory. The scene then shifts to Sandra's team coach, standing before his students as they apologized. "We're sorry," they said. But he told them, "Don't lose hope. We haven't lost yet. Stay optimistic. We'll go back, gather more information, and return stronger." Then, he turned to player number 2 and said, "Nalan, it's your turn. If you lose, it will be a disgrace to us. You know that, right?" Nalan replied, "Of course." At that moment, the match was at its peak of excitement. The final match was about to begin. Who would win? The king of the Black Fist or number 2? The commentator thought to herself, "Ming specifically requested me to cover the Black Falcons match. I never expected to witness a miracle. That's why he was always optimistic about them. He was right all along." Meanwhile, in another country, someone was watching the match and said, "Hansin versus Nalan? I never expected to see a match like this. I've been paying close attention to Nalan for a long time. His eyes are completely clear, just like his state of mind. He's like a Buddhist disciple, without desire, fear, or joy. He's the perfect candidate to refine the yin-yang magnetic gun." We then learn that this person is Bai Shan, an honorary professor and elder in the Sacred Hall. He continued, "The foundation of all superhuman genetic nuclear techniques requires experience and practice. Otherwise, they're unfit for sale in the Sacred Hall or for human use. I've studied a technique called the magnetic rifle for over 10 years. Its principles resemble black and white boxing, but it adds advantages such as power, fluidity, and endurance. I chose 2 students from the camp to test it, but one died, and the other was injured. Neither of them could wield it. I was considering choosing Nalan, but I never expected Hansen to be this strong." The scene shifts back to the arena, where Hansen extends his hand to Nalan and says, "I'm the king of the Black Fist. You can call me the king." At that moment, Bai Shan thought to himself, "Let's see which of them is more suited for the yin magnetic rifle." Nalan, however, remained unfazed. "I can't remember your name, but whatever. Let's not waste time." Hansen smirked. "All right, let's begin." Nalan looked at him and thought, "His eyes are clear, as if he can see into people's hearts. I hope he gives me a different feeling." Meanwhile, Sandra's coach watched closely, thinking, "Nalan is Sandra's only trump card. He's trained in the static spell, one of the superhuman genetic nuclear techniques, since he was a child. His mind is as clear as a mirror. He reflects everything and can see the truth of this world. He can even see through people's desires. He must already know what's inside the Black Falcon's temporary player." But Nalan was shocked. "Why can't I see any desire on his face? I can't tell what he's thinking at all." He reassured himself, "It doesn't matter. Even if I can't see through his heart, his punch didn't change his muscle form or the air frequency around it. That means he can't deceive me. This is a white punch. He's my opponent, so I respect him, but I'll go against his expectations and block it." But Hansen shocked him, delivering a powerful black punch. Nalan was stunned. "A black punch? I was wrong?" His entire team was in disbelief, including his coach. "Impossible! No one has ever made him lose a single point in black and white boxing." Hansen's team, on the other hand, was thrilled. "Hansen just defeated Sandra's trump card, and he's already taken 1 point. This is huge. We might not even need to compete anymore." Gigi was ecstatic. "Hansen is the best player in the game. He took a point with ease." Her friend added, "Yeah, he completely overwhelmed him." Nalan stared at Hansen and said, "You're strong. It's no surprise that you defeated the rest of my team like that." Hansen smirked, gathered energy in his fist, and said, "Thanks, let's continue." But at that moment, Nalan noticed something. His smile changed again. As Hansen prepared to strike, Nalan thought, "His smile is slightly different this time. No one else can notice it, but I can. This smile shows his absolute confidence and mental composure. That means, this is a white punch." But once again, Hansen surprised him, striking him with another black punch straight to the face. Nalan was thrown to the ground, looking utterly foolish as he fell. Ouyang cheered. Hansen completely destroyed him. The online comments were going wild. People couldn't believe what they were witnessing. "This feels like a dream. Nalan losing 2 points in a row against Hansen. That's incredible. No wonder the Black Falcon members are so proud of him. He's put them among the strongest ranks." Meanwhile, Bai Shan, still watching, found the situation fascinating. This is truly interesting. Nalan has an untainted pure impression, like an angel in heaven. But the other one, he has terrifyingly strong control, like a demonic specter. Hansen then launched his final attack on Nalan, and with one last black punch, the match was over. The final score, 3-0. The commentator announced, "The game is over. The champion has been decided. Let's congratulate the Black Falcon Academy. This is an incredible new chapter in the history of black and white boxing. For the first time ever, Black Falcon Academy has claimed victory." Hansen was overjoyed with his triumph. The audience erupted in support. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we wouldn't have believed it. He truly deserves the title of King of the Black Fist. At that moment, Bai Shan smiled and said, "Hansen, you seem more suited to wielding the yin-yang magnetic weapon." The scene then shifts to the forest, where Gigi meets Hansen. She tells him, "Close your eyes quickly," then kisses him, saying, "I promise to do this if you won the tournament." Hansen laughs and replies, "I think I'll win every match in the future." Just then, his phone rings, and Bing calls him via video. Gigi gets extremely annoyed, but Bing tells Hansen, "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to tell you something. The auction will start in 3 days. Don't forget to come." She then hangs up. Hansen sighs. She didn't need to make a video call just to tell me that. Behind him, Gigi is fuming and yells, "You bastard, I'll kill you!" He pleads, "Please, this is just a misunderstanding." Meanwhile, Bing smirks to herself, thinking, "That wasn't a coincidence. I knew Gigi was with him, so I called at that moment just to annoy her." She knows she has many spies inside Black Falcon Academy. 3 days later, at the auction, Hansen talks to Bing. "There are so many rare beasts and spirits here," he says. Bing nods. "Yes, the Warrior Combat Club truly has a great reputation. You have to choose wisely." Hansen sighs. "These items cost at least hundreds of millions. A poor guy like me shouldn't even be here." Meanwhile, the auctioneer announces, "Lin has purchased the Sky Blood Beast Spirit, the Sacred Light Bird, for 25 million. Lin smiles proudly, happy to have acquired a flying beast spirit. Then, Xinyan places a bid and wins the Sky Blood Beast weapon, the Silver Trident Spear, for $33 million. He grins and declares, "With this weapon, I can defeat the entire sanctuary." As Hansen walks through the crowd, he mutters, "I'd better leave now. I'm never coming to an event like this again." But suddenly, the atmosphere changes. People start whispering, "What's going on? Why is the sky darkening in broad daylight? Is it going to rain?" Then, all eyes turn to the sky. Hansen is shocked by what he sees. A royal island has appeared in the middle of the sky. Excited, he exclaims, "A floating island like this is incredibly rare. I never expected to see one in my life." It is said that the royal island is guarded by a sky blood beast. Whoever defeats it will gain its spirit, a beast of the rarest kind. But reaching the island won't be easy. It floats at an altitude of at least 10,000 meters. Hansen immediately starts running toward it. Most people won't even be able to reach it, he thinks. As far as I know, only 2 beast spirits can fly that high. My purple dragon and the royal bird that Lin just bought. He chuckles. Miss Bing must be regretting selling the sacred bird so soon. If she had waited, the price would have doubled. Xinyan must be annoyed too for not buying the bird's spirit. But now, it's time for my grand entrance. Hansen takes out his armor and soars toward the island, shouting, "Royal Island, here I come!" As he flies, he notices Lin speeding through the air. Lin's movements are incredibly fast. He just bought that bird, and he's already flying like that? Why is he so eager to reach the Royal Island? The Skyblood Beast must be extremely powerful. I think I need to cooperate with Lin on this. But Lin suddenly turns toward him and exclaims, "Golden coin!" Hansen is startled. Then he realizes something shocking. The one inside the beast spirit isn't Lin. It's Xinyan. Xinyan glares at him. "What the hell are you doing here? Stay away from the Skyblood Beast or I'll kill you right now." Why is it suddenly freezing? My body is starting to freeze. He becomes increasingly frustrated. Wait. Wasn't the divine bird bought by Lin? How did it end up with Xinyan? But then, he smirks. No matter. Xin Yan isn't wearing Skyblood armor. His defenses won't withstand these harsh winds for long. Hansen prepares to strike, but suddenly, another figure appears in the sky. He gasps, "Who is that?" "A fat guy. And he has a flying beast spirit too. I don't recognize him. But does he know me? Unless he's working with Xin Yan." The scene shifts to introduce this new figure. His name is Thumb. He had previously met Hansen and exchanged an armor piece with him. Xin Yan smirks and tells Thumb, "We can kill Golden Coin right now. If you do it, I'll give you all the armor you want." Thumb grins. "All right. But I want a 20% discount from the market price?" Xin Yan agrees. "Deal." Thumb immediately activates his armor and turns toward Hansen. "Golden Coin, I'm sorry. I don't hate you, but the rewards I'll get from this are just too tempting. I don't have any other choice." Hansen smirks, gripping his weapon. "No need to apologize. The Skyblood beasts on this island, I won't let you have them." He thinks to himself, "Thumb, I'm the one who gave you that black armor. I know exactly how strong it is." Then, Hansen surges forward, charging at Xin Yan with his blade. But just as he swings, he's hit by a powerful force. He gasps, "This energy, it's overwhelming." He tries to retreat and thinks, "My sword is a Skyblood weapon, and my genes are near perfection. I should have been able to block his attack easily. Since when did he become this powerful?" Just then, Thumb dashes from behind and shouts, "Now it's my turn." He swings his weapon at Hansen. Hansen swiftly blocks the strike, but Thumb looks shocked. "Impossible! My armor can't withstand his attacks." At that moment, Hansen smirked and said to them, "2 against 1, yet the advantage is still mine." He thought to himself, "Even I'm surprised at how fast I've grown in these past few days. The Unbreakable Bones spell is incredible. I worked so hard to master it." Just then, both of them charged at him, and Xin Yan shouted to Thumb, "We need to attack together. I don't think he can handle both of us at the same time." Thumb nodded. "All right." They both flew toward Hansen. But with overwhelming power, Hansen managed to block both of them simultaneously. Meanwhile, on the ground, Xin Xuan watched with a crowd of spectators around her. The people murmured, "Golden Coin is fierce. I want to get a flying beast spirit and go up there to watch them fight up close. Their power is incredible. It hasn't been that long since I last saw him, but he's much stronger now." Hansen's allies appeared and said, "Golden Coin can handle them with ease. He is the true king of the Iron Sanctuary." At that moment, Bing appeared in the sky and called out, "Let me help you." Hansen was visibly annoyed by her presence. "Is she helping Xin Yan?" Xin Yan smirked. "Good. Now we can definitely take him down." The three of them charged at Hansen simultaneously. Hansen fought with all his strength to block their attacks, thinking to himself, "Their teamwork is incredibly strong. I didn't realize it before." Meanwhile, Manly arrived and spoke to Xin Xuan. "Golden Coin has improved tremendously compared to the last time I saw him in the royal battle. But fighting 3 at once is still tough. These guys are shameless." She clenched her fists and said, "This time I'll support him." The surrounding crowd began cheering for Hansen. The 3 surrounding him are trying to launch an attack against him. All 3 strike at the same time, while he struggles to block their blows, feeling extremely frustrated. He thinks to himself, "Damn it. They are taking turns attacking me, even launching surprise strikes." At that moment, Xin Yan attacks Hansen, and something very strange happens. Hansen's weapon breaks. He is utterly shocked by what he sees and exclaims, "My weapon was broken by Xin Yan?" The sword that Xin Yan wields is a holy blood-tier beast spirit weapon. The Golden Man's sword has been shattered. The onlookers are stunned that his weapon broke and remark, "He's not strong enough to take on all 3 at once. He should just surrender." At that moment, Xin Xuan comments, "Without his sword, he won't be able to do anything. Even though I lost to him before, I don't want him to die at the hands of Xin Yan." But Hansen's allies reassure her, "Don't worry, he'll be able to handle them." Xin Yan then starts attacking Hansen, laughing loudly as he taunts him. "What can you do now? I have to kill you." Hansen grows enraged and shouts at him. Before Xin Yan can land a sword strike, Hansen delivers a devastating blow. Just then, Bing charges in from behind at incredible speed, shouting, "Let me stop him!" She tries to strike him with the weapon. Hansen notices this and thinks, "That weapon is incredibly sharp. That's the silver spear that Lin bought. I get it now. You tricked me. That auction was just a setup. Xin Yan was the one who bought the spirit of the sacred bird, and Bing took the spear. Realizing the situation, Hansen flies away, ascending to a great height in the sky. He thinks to himself, I don't have a heavenly blood weapon, so it's best if I don't continue this fight. I need to find a way out. He eventually reaches the royal island, gazing around in awe. This place is beautiful, like something out of a fantasy. But then, he suddenly spots a heavenly blood beast human standing before him, wielding a powerful weapon. Upon reaching the island, Hansen hides among the trees, thinking, all holy blood beast humans possess extraordinary strength. And this is the royal island. This angelic-looking creature might be even stronger than the hunters. Meanwhile, the three pursuers are flying around the island. Bing warns, don't approach him. That's a holy blood beast human. We need to wait and see what happens. The thumb responds, there's only one heavenly blood beast per island. That must be it. Xin Yan grows frustrated, saying, we can't handle this creature on our own. Then, he shouts at the golden coin, I know exactly what you're thinking right now. Come, we need to talk. If you refuse, we'll just wait here until the Sky Island disappears and you'll gain nothing. The golden coin responds, what do you want? Xin Yan proposes. Let's work together to kill this holy beast. I'll give you 50 million coins in exchange for you giving me the spirit of the holy beast human. But the golden coin replies, give me the spirit of a holy beast, and I'll consider it a deal. Otherwise, this conversation never happened. Xin Yan grows furious. Bing interjects, you're asking for too much, golden coin. How about 100 million? But the golden coin smirks and replies, we both know the true value of a holy beast human's spirit. It's either this, or we wait until the island disappears. Bing then takes action, flying up and shooting arrows at the golden coin, taunting, there's no point in hiding. Your position is exposed. Since you refuse to help, don't blame us for being ruthless. She continues bombarding his location with explosive arrows, forcing Hansen out of hiding. Frustrated, Hansen turns to Xin Yan and warns him, I told you, either give me a holy beast's spirit, or I'll make you regret this. But Xin Yan scoffs, the only thing I regret is not killing you today. Hansen grins, laughing mockingly. Then I guess you'll just have to keep regretting. With that, he dashes toward the heavenly blood beast. His pursuers are left in shock, exclaiming, is this idiot playing with death? They suspect he's trying to manipulate them. He probably thinks we won't chase him if he runs toward the holy beast. Don't fall for it. But Bing narrows her eyes, sensing something amiss. Wait, something isn't right. Meanwhile, Hansen charges straight at the heavenly blood beast, which suddenly locks eyes with him. A massive energy aura forms around it as it soars into the air. Hansen quickly changes direction, turning back toward his pursuers, and shouts, come on, follow me! Xin Yan realizes what's happening and panics. Damn it, he provoked the holy beast. Run, run for your lives! He clenches his teeth, cursing, damn it! I knew that bastard was planning something. Bing gasps, it's too late. That holy blood beast is faster than us. We can't outrun it. The beast now focuses on Hansen. He and his enemies both brandish their weapons, realizing how fast it is. Hansen swings his weapon in an attempt to strike the heavenly blood beast, but before he can reach it, crack! The beast shatters Hansen's spirit weapon in the blink of an eye. Stunned, Hansen exclaims, what? The bloodsaw broke that easily? Realizing the danger, Hansen immediately flees, thinking, I can't stay here any longer or I'll die. But before he can escape, the beast attacks him. Hansen desperately tries to block the strike with his remaining sword, but the beast's attack is so powerful that it shatters his second spirit weapon as well. Seeing no choice, Hansen flies away, relieved that he managed to escape. Death was so close. Now, the heavenly blood beast turns its sights on Xin Yan, Bing, and the thumb. It swings at the thumb, who attempts to block with his shield, but the sheer force of the blow sends him crashing to the ground. Bing and Xin Yan are utterly shocked. But despite his injuries, the thumb stands up, summoning his beast spirit, and calls out to Hansen, golden coin! Please, forget our grudges and help us. None of us will make it off this island otherwise. Then, he commands, bring the beast to the ground. We can't fight it in the air. As the beast attacks again, the thumb braces himself, saying, go! I can hold it off with my sacred spirit and my shield. Xin Yan smirks. Well done. I'll reward you later. But inside, he thinks, Just wait, golden coin. Once we kill this holy beast, I'll make sure you die next. At that moment, everyone on the island began to descend to the ground, including Hansen. He said to them, "We need to use the sacred blood transformation now. This beast is skilled in both offense and defense. It could kill us easily if we're not cautious enough." Each person began to transform into their respective beast souls, believing it would help significantly. Bing then said, "I specialize in archery, and transforming would make me weaker, so I'll provide support from the back." The thumb spoke up, "I will attack first, then you follow in your own way," and he launched an attack on the beast. However, the beast easily blocked his strike. Hansen saw an opportunity from behind and smiled, thinking, "This is my chance." He delivered a powerful strike to the beast, but it had no effect. Frustrated, he muttered, "Its skin is incredibly tough. My transformed weapon was useless." Xin Yan then summoned his beast soul and attacked with full force from behind. But the beast anticipated it, turned around, and countered his strike. Xin Yan thought to himself, "Even though I transformed to the sacred blood level, I don't have an advantage against a humanoid beast. I need a humanoid form to fight it properly." He backed off and muttered regretfully, "If only I hadn't given the giant ape-beast soul to Lo Tianyang. That idiot lost it and died in his fight against the gold coin. Gold coin, I will have my revenge on you someday." Meanwhile, Hansen attempted another attack and shouted, "Does anyone have a sacred weapon to lend me quickly? Our transformations have a time limit. We can't waste time." Bing snapped at him. "A sacred blood weapon? We can't just hand something like that over so easily." The thumb also grew irritated and said, "My only sacred blood weapon is this shield, and as you can see, I cannot part with it." Xin Yan then scowled and said, "Don't treat us like fools. If you want a sacred weapon, offer something of equal value in return." Hansen smirked. "You don't want to lend me a weapon? Fine, I'll leave. None of us will claim the beast's soul then." Bing shouted, "No, wait! You have to come back now." She then turned to Xin Yan. "What should we do? The balance has shifted in the beast's favor again the moment he left." Xin Yan scoffed. "That idiot was never trustworthy in the first place. We've wasted too much time because of him." At that moment, the thumb attempted to flee, and the beast chased after him. "We should withdraw now," he warned. "This beast will keep attacking us." Xin Yan was furious. "Is this all we can do? We'll think of a way to handle it later. We'll return before the Sky Island disappears to kill the beast. I won't give up on the sacred beast soul. It's priceless." A few hours later, Hansen was hiding in the trees on the island. He whispered to himself, "Xin Yan and the others would never think I'd dare to return here alone. If I don't kill this sacred beast and claim its soul, then I would have wasted my weapons in vain." He looked down at his only sacred blood weapon, a phantom flame butterfly shuriken. "I can only use it once. I have to be absolutely sure I can kill the beast before I throw it." Then, he took out his red shield. "I only have one chance. If I fail, I won't be able to escape alive." A long-distance attack wasn't a problem for him, but he needed to conceal his killing intent and energy. He drew his bow and aimed at the beast. However, the beast noticed him. It raised its sword and prepared for battle. Hansen clenched his teeth. "Damn it. I've been spotted. It seems to be more alert at night than during the day." He grew frustrated. "I have to stop. If I miss, my transformed beast spirit arrow will be damaged. I can't afford to lose any more transformed weapons." At that moment, the sacred beast lunged at him. Hansen narrowed his eyes. "My vision has improved many times over since transforming into the spirit of the Fairy Queen, in addition to accelerating hyperparticle movement. I have a strong advantage in this battle." He then stepped forward toward the beast and smirked. "You never thought I'd advance toward you, did you? I've been waiting for this moment." Hansen pulled out his sacred blood shuriken and declared, "It's time for your death." He thought to himself, "The trajectory of the phantom flame shuriken is unpredictable. It changes according to my will. I've trained hard for this moment, the moment the beast charges at me." At that moment, the shuriken struck its target, and the beast let out a painful scream. The butterfly shuriken burned the beast completely, turning it into a flaming mass. Shortly after, a notification appeared. "Successful hunt. You have obtained a sacred beast soul. You cannot consume the flesh of this beast." Hansen was stunned. Regardless of the creature, Anything on this island is inedible. But what the hell is this? It is a sacred beast spirit of a tame type. But in the body of a girl, I put in so much effort and time to fight this beast. And now, who knows how long it will take and how many resources it will consume to evolve. Luckily, he still had his sword. If I didn't have this sword, I would have left here empty-handed. He examined the blade. Can this sword only be used in the sacred realm? It seems I can't store it either. Its destructive power is immense. It even damaged my sacred shield. But then he frowned. Xinyan and the others saw me using it. I can only use this sword under the identity of the golden coin. At least my damaged sword can be repaired. The scene then shifted to Hansen at the academy, walking through its halls. I've been fighting all night. I'm exhausted. I need some rest. At that moment, his communicator rang. It was Bing. Annoyed, he muttered, "Why is she calling me again?" He answered the call and she asked, "Are you busy with something?" He frowned, noticing she was calling via video. "Why are you calling me on video?" Bing responded urgently, "I need you for something urgent. I need your help. Have you heard about the sacred island that appeared in Sanctuary? The Iron Shield?" Hansen replied, "Yeah, I've heard about it, but it has nothing to do with me. I can't fly there without sacred blood wings." Bing said, "I can provide you with wings to fly. Tell me if you have any conditions. But after ascending, you must help Xinyan obtain the beast soul." Hansen replied, "I'm just a normal student, and my qualifications aren't enough to work alongside Xinyan." Bing insisted, "I know that your archery skills are better than mine. You're the best person I could think of." Hansen thought to himself, "I've already defeated the angel, but Xinyan, Bing, and the thumb don't know my true identity. I can pretend to be clueless and make Bing owe me a favor. I can take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits." Then, he responded with a smile, "Sure, I'd be happy to help. I just need a sacred blood weapon. Do you have one?" Bing said, "I have the silver blood spear. It will cost you 150 million. That's the lowest price I can offer." Hansen thought, "That's a great price. I have 60 million, and I can sell the transformed black beast wings. That way, I'll be able to afford the weapon." He then said, "Deal," and thought, "I'll be spending all my savings. But it's fine. I can always earn more." Later, Hansen arrived at Sanctuary, the Iron Shield, and stood next to Xinyan. Xinyan scoffed, "You brat. If my relative hadn't recommended you, I would never have chosen you. Remember? Do not act on your own when we fight the sacred beast. Just follow my orders." Hansen replied, "Don't worry. I promised Bing that I'd do as you say." He smirked inwardly. "I deserve an Oscar for my acting." At that moment, the thumb turned to Xinyan and said, "It's been a while since we last visited the sacred island. Do you think the golden coin has come here? He's very cunning." Xinyan reassured him, "Don't worry. The golden coin can't handle that creature alone, unless he wants to die. This time I brought a sacred beast soul from Xin Xuan. We will kill it for sure." He and the thumb then took flight. "Let's go. We need to kill this creature before the island disappears." Hansen flew with them, smirking to himself. "Xinyan, prepare yourself this time. I want to see the look of disappointment on your face." Xinyan then turned to Hansen and said, "You'll provide support from a distance. I'm an expert at fighting these creatures. We can kill it this time." The thumb added, "Hansen, stay close to me. We need to time our attack carefully." At that moment, the thumb looked through his scope and said, "We need to observe its movements first." But then, he was shocked by what he saw. Xinyan noticed his reaction. "What's wrong?" The thumb hesitated before answering. "That creature under the tree. It disappeared." Xinyan was stunned. "I don't believe it. Let me take a look." He grabbed the scope, but when he looked through it, the beast was gone. "Impossible! How did it do that?" In a fit of rage, he flew toward the area. "It must have left. It has to be nearby. Find it immediately." He searched frantically but found no trace of any creature. The thumb then said, "If no one attacked the creature, it wouldn't have left." Hansen thought, "I was hoping to see the beast. What a disappointment. They mentioned the golden coin earlier. Was he here?" The thumb speculated, "Maybe the golden coin killed the creature after we left." Xinyan clenched his fists in frustration. Who else could have done it? In Sanctuary, the Iron Shield, only one person possesses that skill. Consumed by rage, He unleashed his energy and shouted, "Golden coin! I will make you regret this. I will kill you. Just wait." The scene shifts to the next day at the place where Hansen is staying. Hansen was laughing, feeling delighted by what had happened. An excellent deal. With this weapon, I can fight creatures much better now. Meanwhile, Bing was furious when she found out that Xin Yan hadn't obtained the beast soul from the island. But fortunately, she kept her promise and gave him the tri-spear. She was so angry that she broke the table. Hansen smirked as he twirled the weapon in his hand. Now, I have the chance to go to the Devil's Desert and try my luck. I hope I encounter either the Sacred Blood Fox or the Black-Feathered Beast King. Just then, his phone rang beside him. He picked it up and looked at the screen. It was Xin Xuan calling him. Hansen thought to himself, what does she want this time? Does she have a new mission for me? Hansen went to meet Xin Xuan, and when he heard what she had to say, he was completely shocked. What? Professor Bai Shan from the Sacred Hall wants me to be his assistant? He hesitated before asking, can I refuse his offer? Last time, it was incredibly difficult for me to be the official spokesperson of the group. Xin Xuan replied, you should understand that even though the Sacred Hall and the Iron Empire Group are both military organizations, their importance differs greatly. The Sacred Hall focuses its research on advanced nuclear genetic technology. Professor Bai Shan is one of the most influential and highly respected figures in the Sacred Hall. Hansen sighed. That's not the problem. The problem is, I barely know anything about the Sacred Hall and I've never even met this professor before. Why would he choose me all of a sudden? Xin Xuan looked at him and explained. The professor watched the black and white boxing match between you and Nalin. To put it simply, he recognized your strength through that battle. And that's definitely a good thing. Hansen narrowed his eyes in suspicion. I don't think this is just luck. I feel like there's something strange about this. What do you think, Captain? Should I accept or reject the offer? Xin Xuan was surprised by his question and replied, well, the Sacred Hall offers you far better conditions than our team does. You'll get promoted quickly as Professor Bai's assistant. On top of that, you'll have the opportunity to learn high-level nuclear genetic technology. Hansen frowned. Are you asking me to leave the team? Xin Xuan shook her head. Not at all. I want you to stay, but in a few months, I'll have advanced enough to enter the second-level world of the Sacred Sanctuary. At that time, I'll recommend you as my successor, to become the leader of this team. Hansen was taken aback. He smiled and said, wow, this is a huge surprise. But honestly, I don't want to join the Sacred Hall, Captain. I want to stay here. He thought to himself, I don't know anything about that professor. That's why it's better for me to reject his offer. I have the indestructible bone talisman, and it might raise suspicions among the experts in the Sacred Hall. Meanwhile, Xin Xuan was thinking to herself, he wasn't tempted by the benefits. I was right about him. If only he were older. I could never fall in love with a man younger than me. The news of Hansen's rejection reached Professor Bai Shan. He was shocked. He rejected the offer? That was unexpected. The official approach didn't work. It seems I'll have to handle this matter personally. Hansen's talent cannot be wasted. I must secure him for the yin-yang magnetic cannon experiment.